Party people in the place to be, live from 58 Dream Street. We're James with Games. Happy Sunday, folks. you think the film of Crimson Diamond will be a summer release, even with its winter lodge setting? Hello, Cedric. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, everybody. Here we are after a very quiet week at 58 Dream Street. In the like, Twitch channel sense. Not if we think of my home as 58 Dream Street, in which case. Nice, Cedric. Hello, British. I hope you're feeling well. Or at least, progressively better day to day. What was I saying there? Yeah, it was a very busy week in the real world for me, which resulted in no streaming. Well, it wasn't entirely me. It was also that Greg had some stuff going on. And without sharing a single detail, I will say that it's all okay. Hey, sweet. This is very much a no news is good news kind of case. So I'm glad to hear that, British. Oh, pardon me. Okay, yeah, so. Jeez. Suikoden continues to be a fortnightly playthrough. I gotta turn the corner on that, because it's just not the right pace for the narrative. But we'll get there. We'll get there in time. Right now, we're going to fire up our 4th session. Yes. And let's touch base about that soon, because I'm going to be busy going forward. But now that I've got 2 weeks under my belt, hello, Panda World, happy Sunday. I've got a sense of what the term is going to be like. I want my schedule and when I might be available. Cool. Okay. Let's do it. The Crimson Diamond. Our 4th chapter. But in the game, it's a different chapter. This game has its own numbered chapters. Whoops. Take a minute here to enjoy the terrific main theme of the Crimson Diamond. Good stuff. Anybody playing Hades 2? I'm doing a lot of contemporary gaming. This year. Jeez. I played Blueprints. I played Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Hollow Knight Silksong, and now I'm playing Hades 2. I got a top 5 games of the year, because every single one of those games has been terrific. Okay. I believe I've investigated the blue trunk in the upstairs closet, but I'm not positive. So, let's start by finding out for sure. Up the stairs. Closet. Wait, the trunk's not in the linen closet, is it? Or is it? Yes, it is. But I think I did this. Or maybe I didn't. We'll find it. Yeah, I did it. Yeah. So it all just comes down to we determined that the purported mineralogist was actually a saboteur for a foreign government in the run-up to World War I. So I assume at this point That I'm going to the carriage house? Oh, absolutely. Oh. Kicking soundtrack right here. But yeah, especially when you consider this is all the work of one woman. I don't believe she did the music, but this is all written, designed, programmed, and drawn by Julia Minimata. Oh, what's this? The double doors have been thrown wide open. You can see Ranger Murdoch and Jack inside the carriage house. They look nonplussed. They don't know what to say, I guess. Jack, what's going on? The automobile's gone, Nancy. I can see that. Someone must have picked the lock on the driver's side door and made off with it. I think Albert's stolen the automobile. You hear a rumbling. Is that thunder? Dashtari, happy Sunday. And yes, it is. It is good when technology advances and makes more tools available to artists in different digital art forms like video games. But that doesn't mean that the old limitations don't produce their own appealing aesthetic that has its own merit. And I don't think I would put the Crimson Diamond on the level of like your Quest for Glory 2, King's Quest 4 in terms of its EGA art, but I put it awfully close to that tier. Yeah, that's definitely, that fell out of favor. I buy it as 1914 dialogue. Oh, yeah. Nope, that's Nathan. He went and got his automobile. Tell me what you know on the way. Time's a-wasting. Let's go. Right. It's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze and a bumpy ride. It's actually Evan's father's old car. I've managed to keep it running decently well, though the shocks are pretty stiff. Decently well? Nah, it'll be fine, Nancy. Just hang on tight. Boom, 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 boom. You all pile into Nathan's automobile and head for the mine. Mr. Cardinal, I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances. My goodness. I understand it's 1914, but this is terrifying. You shouldn't be driving that fast. I understand your reluctance to be involved with the authorities. It's entirely justified. Evan's in danger. I will help my friend. We can figure out the rest later. I will safeguard you from any consequences of going off reservation. I promise. Yeah, we have some not to be proud of things in our country's history. And our relationship with the First Nations people. It's not a thing anymore. Like, my cousin Jackie can come to town and visit. Let's deal with that later. I think Albert's stolen the automobile. You already said that, Nancy. You do? What makes you think so, Nancy? Albert's luggage is gone, and his room is a mess. It looks like he left in a hurry. Albert had so much luggage, and Jack said it was very heavy. It sure was. There's no way he could have handled all that luggage himself, unless he took the automobile. I think he's driving into the Sulaks to destroy it. I stumbled upon a confrontation between Albert and Kimmy. He was furious with her. It was such a bewildering encounter. Kimmy had a map, with the Sulaks circled. I think that had something to do with Albert leaving so suddenly. He must have thought she was onto his sabotage plan, but Kimmy told me she was interested in seeing the Sulaks as a tourist. He's not a Belgian mineralogist at all. He's a German spy. And his name might actually be Carl L. Carl L. Where did you hear that name? I found this telegraph tape and stick of dynamite in Carl's room. And I found a bullet and a blasting cap in the blue trunk where he was storing some of his things. I think Carl is highly knowledgeable about explosives, armed and dangerous. Fantastic detective work, Nancy. I need to notify the appropriate authorities and follow up on this imminent threat. Oh, also, I think Albert's got a gun. He's been storing bullets in the blue trunk. And he's knowledgeable with explosives, like she already said. But it's kind of understandable. It's probably more realistic in the dialogue for her to be repeating herself. He was storing the blasting caps and dynamite separately. I think you're dealing with a professional saboteur, one that's armed and dangerous. Got it. I'll keep all of that in mind when we confront him, Nancy. Thank you. Please be careful. I will. I'll tell you how it goes when we meet again. Mr. Cardinal, could you please drop me off at the train station? I can send an urgent telegram for reinforcements. We'll have rangers at the Sulaks as soon as possible. Of course. Well, at first, to the garnet mines. They're closer. Good idea. Telegrams travel faster than any automobile. Albert will take some hours to arrive at his destination. Nathan stops his automobile as close to the garnet mine as he dares. The ground is rugged, and any roads leading to and from the area fallen into disrepair many years ago. A bit of stealth is imperative as well. It wouldn't do for Nessa and Corvus to be alerted to your presence. The consequences for Evan could be dire. You and Jack, alright, because Evan's been kidnapped. He's not dead like we thought he might be at the start last time. You and Jack watch Nathan turn the automobile around to head for the distant train station. It's all up to you now. Excellent job. Kudos on your thorough investigative technique. Investigative technique. The mine entrance has been blasted shut. This can't be where Nessa and Corvus took Evan. Oh no, my theory's wrong. Nancy, wait a minute. This is the closest entrance to the mine. They were on foot. Not to mention, this is fresh rubble. Most likely, they did use this entrance, but the entrance collapsed after them. Abandoned mines are dangerous places. We have to be careful. Chapter 6. Confrontations. Alright. Gonna find out what happens when Canadians stop being polite and start being real. How are we gonna get in? Dunno, but I'm gonna grab that shovel, start digging. Jack starts digging at the rubble at the mine entrance. I've got to help Jack with this. Game is autosaved, and a note has been added to my notebook. Gain entrance into the mine. Is it as simple? How would you like to help Jack? I'm going to go on a limb and say that it probably isn't just that Nancy turns out to be very strong. Move the rubble. Let's try, though. Sorry, you can't do that. Can I leave the screen? That would actually be clarifying. I can't. Okay. So, seems likely that we're going to use the leftover blasting equipment. Well, let's find out. The abandoned garnet mine looks stark and desolate in the moonlight. Debris and forgotten equipment litter the area. There's rubble completely obstructing the entrance. The rubble does look fresh. It could be that Nessa and Corvus did enter the mine from here. Jack is here. Okay. Look at rubble. Piles of rubble surround the buried entrance of the mine. You can see an old discarded plunger detonator amongst the debris. There's a reel of wire near some bushes. Look at the wire. The reel of wire still looks pretty good, considering it's been outside for years. Can we get it? We can. Now, there's a plunger and there's wire, but we don't have... Wait, no, I do have dynamite, don't I? I wonder if I can figure out a faster way to clear this rubble. Disclaimer. Okay. The developer of this game assumes no responsibility or liability for any errors or omissions in any processes depicted, particularly dangerous ones involving explosives. Do not attempt anything in this game in real life. Well, we already got the save game we need. Save game name we need. So, indeed, looks like we're going to... There's the tin of blasting caps. There's only one left. There's the bullet. There's the dynamite. Looking at it makes you sweat. Okay. Tell Jack to move. We have nothing compelling to say about that. We had some Acme jokes last time. I guess we're going to find out good and hard if this is proper. Okay. Attach wire to plunger. You need to cut the wire from the reel before you can insert it into the plunger. Cut wire. You need to insert the blasting cap into the dynamite first. Okay. You carefully insert the blasting cap into the dynamite. Cut the wire. I need to insert the wire into the blasting cap before I insert the other end of the wire into the plunger. Good thing Nancy knows all of this stuff. It's because her dad worked construction, right? Was something like that? There was some reason. Stick the end of the wire into the blasting cap, which has been inserted into the dynamite. Then cut the wire. I'm all set. I just need to cut the wire from the reel and insert the cut end into the plunger detonator. You don't have wire cutters right now, and you don't see any here. I wonder where I could get a pair of wire cutters. I'm so close. Well... Yeah, I think I knew that there were actual companies. I don't know if I knew about the grocery chain in the United States, but in one way or another, I was aware that Acme was a real thing somewhere too. And it did always seem kind of silly. So I kind of, not like, yeah, I don't know if my child brain could put it into like liability terms, but like, oh man. Imagine you're just trying to run a grocery chain and all of a sudden a beloved series of cartoons. It's just absolutely eviscerating the competence of your executives. Wait, hold on. What's the latest news? On. It's going to happen, right? Coyote versus Acme. Next summer. Absolutely crazy to me. There's an apparently really good Looney Tunes, live action comedy starring John Cena and Will Forte. And it's not going to be distributed by Warner Brothers because they're like ashamed of making movies. Not them, but like David Zaslav. Hey, Jack, got any wire cutters? Would you happen to have any wire cutters, Jack? I do, actually. Perfect. May I borrow those? There we go. He had to think about it. He's like, oh, these are my best wire cutters. Sure thing. Like, he's a handyman, so sure, he can have some wire cutters. This is a very practical puzzle. A blast was used to fill the entrance with rubble. We need to get the rubble out quickly. The blasting equipment is still there. Also, you're holding the parts of you're holding the explosive. You've got explosives. Here's all the equipment. You don't have wire cutters, but you know the handyman does. And then you just have to do the steps. Thanks. Using the wire cutters, you snip the wire from the reel. Among like Nancy, now that you've figured out we're just gonna blast this, like even just I'm sure she'll tell him before she does it for his safety, but like also, this is a man. He is what, like early 50s? Pardon me, early 50s maybe. You know what? It's 1914. I suppose he could be in like his late 30s. Can't be great for his back to just be shoveling all this rubble for no reason. You don't have the plunger yet. Oh. Take the plunger. Did you want the dynamite plunger or the toilet plunger? I wonder if I can figure out a faster way to clear this rubble. I wonder, Nancy. I now have a plunger detonator, wire, blasting cap, and a stick of dynamite. I wonder if I could rig this up to blast the mine entrance open. I think you could. You insert the wire into the plunger detonator. The explosive is rigged. It's time to set it off. The game is autosaved. Okay, can we warn Jack? No. It's forbidden, I'm sorry. It's a Morton's fork. But thou must blow up Jack. Set the explosive, Nancy. Jack! I'm ready to accept the explosive charge. Got it, Nancy. Give me a second. Well, I guess he figured out what she was doing because it was very point A to point B. And I don't mind him ambling because surely he has confidence that Nancy's not going to just set it off. Ready? I gotta be careful with that. Danielle might be like, what? What? Are we going somewhere? I thought you were streaming. You carefully place the rigged dynamite close to the rubble. Okay, we're all set. Well done. All right. So, move the plunger. Where would you like to take the plunger? Move the plunger to where Jack is. I'm sure there's a death that we could have had there, but I'm too smart to fall for it. Maybe I should have done it just to find out if Julia Minamato lovingly crafted chunks of Nancy in EGA. I've taken the plunger and placed it out of harm's way. Fortunately, the wire is long enough. Okay, we won't update the boom save anymore, and at some point we can go back and see what happens when you just blow up Nancy. Unless someone who's played the game before wants to tell me that Nancy just goes, I better move this. Push. Plunger. Here goes nothing. If I was Nancy, I would push from the other side of the plunger so I was crouched behind that rock. Ooh. That didn't work. That was a bit anticlimactic. Well, it was only one stick of dynamite after all. Yeah. One stick can only do so much. Okay. It says that we blasted an opening. Can we just wriggle through? Is it loosened up so it's easier to move? There's now a small hole in the rubble. I think I might be able to enter the garnet mine this way. Okay. Right now, we're in the plot. But when either we get to a resting point where the excitement abates, or if I just beat the game suddenly, I will come back. Unfortunately, Jack won't fit. Maybe he can follow later? Maybe he can follow later. She didn't have a question mark at the end of that. Crawl through hole. All right, I can fit through this opening. Nancy, this is really dangerous. Let's widen this hole some more so I can go too. Evan's in danger. There's no time to lose. You keep working on the rubble and follow when you can. Okay, Nancy, you're the boss. Is she, though? And why? You be careful, you hear? I will, I promise. I'm glad Nancy can see that hole. Because to me, that just looks like a shadow on a big rock. Wait! Before you go, it's going to be dark as night in there. Darker even. Take this lantern. No rush, Jack. Evan's not in that much danger. Oh, pardon me. Ugh. Jack lights the lantern. Hands it to you. I got another one. Don't you worry. Heh, you're not the only one with big pockets. Good luck, kiddo. Thanks, Jack. You squeeze through the small hole in the rubble and enter the mine. Oh, wow. Seeing the lantern's light reflected brilliantly on the thousands of red crystals embedded in the walls, you're suddenly reminded of why you traveled to Crimson in the first place. If the situation wasn't so dire, you'd be dazzled by this cave of natural wonders. Instead, the red gleams look like blood is beating on every surface, just waiting to fall. You shiver. Tirana feels like it's 1,000,000 kilometers and 1,000,000 years away. Oh dear, it's so dark in here. I need to figure out which way Nessa and Corvus have taken Mr. Richards. If, indeed, they came this way at all. So I assume the next step is find them. Yep. Track them. I understand that Spelunky is... Well, I have to look into something. One moment. Metrication, according to Wikipedia, metrication in Canada began in 1970. And I can tell you that although Wikipedia also says it finished in 1985, it didn't quite take in the sense that like older Canadians, like my dad will still be like miles, but he just says miles to mean kilometers. But pretty much I've never met a Canadian who like gave their height in centimeters or their weight in kilograms. So we stayed imperial. Okay. I figure it can't possibly be the case that Julia Minamata put, Sierra style walk on the exact right path or have an instant death puzzles in her game. But I guess you never know. One moment here. Look, the garden mine's interior is much cooler than the outside. Okay, clearly that's not what it meant. I did not read that properly. The garnet mine's interior is much cooler than the outside. The air feels stale and still. You're grateful for the lantern's light, though the warm glow quickly gets swallowed by the darkness. The opening you created to enter the mine seems to float in the air, like a portal to another world. Like a sphincter to another world. You can see a good deal of the mining machinery that was left behind years ago, as well as a discarded shovel. I think this machine is some sort of crusher. You notice a particularly large red crystal embedded in a nearby boulder. Ooh, gorgeous. Take red crystal. Oh, right. And I'm probably going to have to get it out with the chisel, right? I have a chisel, right? Chisel out the sample? Can't use chisel in this game. What the hell? Did she have a chisel? Or was it just an improvised tool? I can't even remember. Ice pick. Is it just take sample? Okay. Remind me what my keywords are. You see a wooden support beam listing wildly to one side like a ship's mast in a storm. You notice a particularly large red crystal embedded in a nearby boulder. Ooh, gorgeous. Get crystal from boulder. Take sample from boulder. Take crystal. I was overthinking it. Nancy's a professional. She doesn't need me to specify this. This is not like when she's being an amateur dynamiter. Or amateur detective, for that matter. You chip a particularly lovely crystal sample out of the rock. Do I still have that little plate? And if I do, does it really make sense to be testing the sample right now? She realized it was when Jack was like, "Don't go in without the lantern, Nancy." She was like, "All right, I get it. We're not in a hurry." Oh, right. Rub crystal sample on plate. Carefully rub the colorless specimens embedded in the boulder sample on the streak plate, one by one. Some of these specimens streak white, which is to be expected of garnets. But some of these specimens aren't streaking the plate at all. Oops. While performing your streak test, holding the lantern at the same time, you fumble and your hand slips. Why are you holding the lantern to do this, Nancy? You draw the sample forcefully across your porcelain plate, right on the most prominent crystal specimen. The large red crystal was actually making it awkward for you to streak test the colorless specimens. Nothing? No streak? Could these be rubies? They don't look quite right. These might not be garnets. Unfortunately, I'm not carrying anything that I have confirmed as a ruby or harder. Testing this will have to wait. I understand the portmanteau of Spunky and Spelunker was already taken by a beloved game that I've never played. Happy Sunday, Waffle Syrup! Oh, hey, Waffle Syrup being here reminded me of something I've already told him. But going back to earlier when I mentioned I'm playing Hades 2, if anyone else is playing Hades 2 or just vaguely aware of it, I also think I mentioned last weekend that the engineering students are doing their drag show, and so they've invited me. So that's gonna be later this month. So I'm kicking around ideas, and I was thinking, especially because it's kind of close to Halloween, a good lip sync might be, "I'm gonna claw out your eyes, then drown you to death" by Scylla and the Sirens. Um. Well, this seems bad. It's just a little crush. Don't give in to the pressure. Before moving on, find your way. Better luck next time. Okay. See, that's my thought. When I first pitched it, Danielle was like, nope, it's too niche. Yeah, that was very, like, for the most part, Julia Minamata has not been playing the, isn't it? Like, yeah, Danielle was like, too niche, too niche. And for one thing, I was like, if there's ever an audience that might be in the niche for this, it is surely the Queer Student Society of Undergraduate Engineering Students. Like, come on. This has got to be the crowd where I'm going to get the largest percentage of people to recognize the song when it plays that I'm ever going to have in my life, right? But then separately, like Waffle Syrup was just saying, feels like a song that makes a strong first impression. Like, I think you can get the song both in that, like, it's catchy and it's enjoyable, but also, like, I think the lyrics will be funny even if you don't have the context of it's literally Skilla singing them during a boss fight where she's the boss. So I'm gonna guess this is also... Okay. Don't go north, Nancy. Wait. No. There's no you can react. Okay. Before moving on, find your way. So hold on. The problem here is that I'm not being a good detective. The floor of the mine is covered in countless shoe print impressions that are leading in multiple directions, preserved in a thick layer of dust. Most of these must have been made decades ago by the miners who used to work here. It's an odd feeling to see these shoe prints, almost like looking back into the past. Okay. Look at equipment. You see a large heavy-duty machine composed of 2 large flywheels and a hopper. Examine equipment. You need to get closer to the machine to examine it properly. From what you can see in the lantern's light, the machine consists of a hopper, pair of flywheels, and other bits you can't identify. Had to get close with the light to be like, oh yeah, and there's some other bits that I can't identify in here. This looks like a jaw crusher. It would coarsely grind up the garnets, but more processing is required to grind them fine enough to be sold as an industrial abrasive. You also see discarded rocks of various shapes, sizes, and colors scattered on the floor under the machine. Garnets get fed into the hopper, the flywheels are turned, which activates some kind of grinding mechanism, and the ground up rocks empty out into this bucket placed underneath. Okay. Look in the bucket. You look inside the metal bucket. It's 1/3 full of coarsely ground garnets, smaller than gravel, but larger than sand. When industrial abrasives are sold, they're ground finer than this. This is the first stage of grinding. So, if you're here last week and you heard me describe my thought of if they asked me to do 2 numbers, because they asked me to do 2 last year when I, had a much last year when they asked me and I was like, oh, sure, I'll do that. That'll be fun. Hopefully I won't humiliate myself. And then had the actual experience of doing it. I was like, oh, wait, no, God damn it. I should have been doing this since I was 18 years old. So this year, if they ask me to do 2 numbers, I'll be like, sure, just 2. Do you need me to do any like comedy in between? But if indeed they ask me to do 1 in the first act, 1 in the second act, I think I'll still do the Jazz Chanteuse look and the Sweet Georgia Brown. A lip sync number that I conceived. It's this, probably with different heels, and a wide rim hat. I conceived that number the night of the drag show last year because it was very frustrating me to do it, love it that much, sit through the second act watching everybody else and be like, yeah, I could have done something really, I could have done a lot more. I could have done something. There's so much you can do here in this wonderful art form. This is the first stage of grinding. An impact crusher would be used to grind these coarse garnets even finer than this. Time is of the essence, Nancy. As she's sitting here speaking complete sentences out loud to reiterate her own knowledge to herself. What if we examine the bucket instead of just looking at it? Nothing. Okay, look at the shovel. It's an old shovel stuck in the ground. Looks like it was used to feed garnets into the hopper to be coarsely crushed. I like Nancy. This is also just death. Because, god damn it, I probably should have saved. Because, slip of a girl. Too bad you're not the gumshoe you thought you were. Be more careful next time. Because probably at least some of this information that Nancy's learning actually has to go into her brain. But in she doesn't, but it doesn't feel to, I don't get the vibe of Nancy that she's belittling other people or showing off so much as she's just she's like Greg, Sometimes the beat 'em up show, our conversation gets derailed for 3 minutes so Greg can just tell me something that he's really excited about. Okay. Examine the machine. Ding, 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 ding. Examine the bucket. Ding, ding, ding. Examine the footprints. Aha! Here are some pointy-toed, size 14 men's dress shoe prints. Just a very endearing character. She's fictional, of course. But if she was brought into the real world and then time traveled a century forward, I would hang out with her. And impressions made by size 8 women's shoes. And size 12 men's boots. I recognize this tread pattern from Mr. Richards' other boots. The 3 sets of shoe prints are the freshest after all. This is Nancy, this is another, she just, she loves to gather evidence. Any one of those shoe prints is enough to be yep, this wasn't made by the working boots of a miner 20 years ago. And the fact that they're the freshest, you don't need to know what they are. The fact that there are 3 sets of them together, you don't. Now, I need to track these shoe prints and discover where they went next. Nessa's, Corvus's, and Mr. Richards' shoe prints mingle with the old miner shoe prints, but are much fresher. And then... Is it this simple? Sure. And so what? The fresh shoe prints head east, deeper into the mine. Nothing but dusty miners' shoe prints down this southern path. Good job, Nancy. Here we go. Gee, I'm glad I was able to track Nessa and Corvus down this path. But don't say that out loud, Nancy. Because it will echo through the mine. I hope I can find Mr. Richards before it's too late. Jeez, me too, Nancy. Wait, no, is the mine just going to collapse on her anyway? It's probably the entrance collapsing behind her. Ah, what was that? Despite the terrifying rumbles and shudders surrounding you, you forge onwards. Why couldn't she do that when the two entrances to the north collapsed on her? Game is auto-saved. Digging the music. Just as you reach the firelit cavern, your lantern goes out. Oh no! The lantern is out of oil. There's no turning back now. Last night, I'm sorry to keep interrupting this exciting moment, but I know we're going to get momentum, so I got to get this thought out of my mind. Last night, we watched the first episode of Monster, the Ed Gein story. And I just want to say, because it was Danielle who was really excited to watch it, pushed it. Just totally crazy. The amount of things that either we can't watch or like gotta like push and hype it up and be like, we can watch it in the afternoon and like we can look like, you know, I'll look up on the internet when all the scary parts like, and then she's like psyched. She was like, let's just keep binging this like horrible journey into the demented mind of a, you know, serial killer necrophiliac who was obsessed with Nazi torture porn. It's really compelling. Like, it's well done, but holy shit. Holy shit. Sign your will, Evan. Huh. Sign my fake will, you mean? If you're so smart, why didn't you just forge Pa's will? Then you wouldn't have to come up with this dumb scheme. If you were so smart, you'd know that Pa's lawyer is still alive. Is still alive. He'd pipe up pretty quick if an actual will from his client came out of nowhere. But this is a perfectly suitable backup plan. It's much easier to forge your will. If you do as you're told, I'll let you die quickly. Otherwise, you'll starve to death in the dark. And we'll forge your signature anyway. Well, joke's on you, lady, because he'd dehydrate long before he starved. Nancy's on to you. You won't get away with this. And I understand why people, like, in one way you understand why the people put their faith in Nancy, but, like, the fucking cops are, like, the Rangers are here. They're on the case. We'll see about that. It'll be her word against ours. Shit, and maybe like the like reams of conclusive evidence she has gathered. I have to rescue Mr. Richards. I think when the X's are there, it's supposed to just be her thoughts, but I'm gonna have her whisper to herself anyway. My first order of business is to distract Corvus. Okay. Although, Evan doesn't know that the hole's only so big. He's just like, you know, Nancy's gonna, I can tell, you know, she picked up billiards pretty quick. Okay. No, not blow. We're gonna distract Corvus. No, we're not going to distract him by making him think that he's about to be attacked by a duck. Okay, think about Corvus. Wait, look at my inventory. It's not lost on me that the answer might be to type distract Corvus. Well, probably not, right? Cigar butt. Fly paper. They want to stick Evan like fly paper, baby. Hold on. Throw a rock? Please be more specific about which rock and where. River rock, glacial rock, some granite, boulder sample. It's his button, isn't it? Maybe at a key point, she'll hold it up and he'll be like, I remember when my mother first sewed that button on my shirt. It was the last winter before we lost her. And then while he's monologuing. And that's it. Your pockets are quite full of all sorts of things. Throw granite at middle entrance. You start to make a move, but the shadows aren't enough to conceal your actions. What was that? Nancy? Oh! Get her. No. There's no time to type, go for the eyes. Corvus ties you up. Okay, but we have to get out of here. Maybe Nancy was followed. Yes, we do. Hungry, brother dearest? Goodbye, Nessa. Nessa takes a handful of crushed almonds from the table. She's gonna take the almonds? She's taking the delicious Jordan almonds? She then stuffs the almonds in Evan's mouth. Oh no! He's not allergic, is he? Well, that's horrible. And then... No, I can't interact. Nessa, what have you done? I should have done that a long time ago. Goodbye, Nancy. Yeah, that was definitely the most fucked up force-feeding murder we've seen this year at 58 Dream Street. Not necessarily the most fucked up of the past 2 years. Because we did do Phantasmagoria last summer. You're left in darkness. Listening to Mr. Richards gasp his last breaths. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. All you can do is wait in the darkness. Feels like an eternity. And then... footsteps? I'm in here! Help! Nancy, is that you? Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch! Nancy! Mr. Richards is dead! Let's get you out of here. Very good alternate version, remix, reinterpretation of the opening theme right here. Ranger Murdoch takes out a pocket knife, saws through the ropes that are binding you. Thanks. Corvus got away, and so did Nessa. I'm sorry. I failed. The important thing is you're safe. Come along. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. Goodbye. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. It feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The automobile is parked down the hill. And there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick, actually. I'm not actually a forest ranger. I'm a member of Northwest Mounted Police. We've been on the trail of a German spy and saboteur who was rumored to be in this area. Well, terrible job you've done, since the amateur detective girl is the one who figured out who the spy was, and you let him get away. We believe he is responsible for the bombing of the bridge west of Crimson. Carl L. A man known to us as Carl Leffler. You revealed him, Nancy. Well done. Not only that, you tipped us off to what his next target would be. The Sulaks. Right again. As you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. It appears operatives directed by the German Foreign Office have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay military aid to Europe. If I have my Canadian military history right, there was some real problematic recruitment and unit formation techniques in World War I. This might be a broader problem than Canada, but my understanding is to try to promote unit cohesion, they did things like, this unit or platoon or whatever, whatever the organizational level is at which you're engaging in battles, will just be all, they're all from the same town in World War I. So you imagine that worked out kind of bad for some towns that just suddenly didn't have an adult male population ever again. By targeting transportation links, such as railways, bridges, canals, we strongly suspect that Carl L., a man we know as Carl Leffler, I think you can just call him Leffler now, man, is one of those operatives. He has been apprehended at the Sulaks while setting up explosive charges. And thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice. Gee. Let's go. Chapter 7, Conclusions. All right. Without asking for any details, I'm going to ask this question to those who have played this game before. I'm going to click out of the window just so it pauses for a moment. Is that the only way that can go? Like, is this just a story where... No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I had a feeling, but that was my first inclination. And then when there was a whole other chapter, that then put me to thinking, wait, what if that's supposed to be like a subversion of the often problematic Sierra endgame sequences? Where, it's the exciting action sequence, but you die 100 million times, so you figure out exactly what to type at exactly what moments. I don't know. Okay. Either way, I got to run in the washroom. So I'm going to go do that. We'll come back. We'll play this one out. I'm not going to just load the save right now. But then we're going to go back and we're going to make this work out differently. And perhaps we'll also wind up having time today to go back and blow Nancy up just to see what that's like. Hang tight, gang. I'll be right back with you. And we're back at it. Okay. One thing I'll say before we keep going here is that's an awfully lot of on rails time. I mean, we're not even through the on rails time between your, the first thing you do to distract Corvus isn't the right thing, and the next time you get to make an input. The train station is a flurry of activity. Rangers are milling all around, consulting with each other in whispered conversations. If they're consulting with each other in whispered conversations, I don't think they're milling. Inside, you can hear the non-stop whir and tick of the telegraph machine. The ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod.
Just the man I wanted to see. Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to alert authorities in Sault Ste.
Marie. Yeah, jeez. The period fucked me up, and then I was like, what the fuck is...
Yeah, Sault Ste. Marie. About the impending sabotage attempt on the Sulaks. They were ready and waiting. Caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps. Not to mention a 9mm Luger in the glove box. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name, eh? Karl Leffler, a.k.a. Albert Respa, German spy and saboteur. I would have loved to have seen the look on his face. All in all, some mighty fine work, Ranger Murdoch. A crisis has been averted.
As much as I'd like to take credit for it, Nancy Maple here is the one you ought to be thanking. She single-handedly figured it out. All I did was pass along the information.
Well then, my thanks to you, Nancy Maple. You're a Canadian hero.
Thanks.
I'll warn you now. You might have to be an unsung hero with that.
We can't be just telling people that a lady saved the day.
I have a feeling the Canadian government this is actually a better explanation. Won't want to reveal just how vulnerable we were tonight. Could undermine the public's confidence at a crucial turning point for our country.
Or you could be like, look, those Krauts are trying to blow up our infrastructure. Get everyone really psyched for the war.
Oh, I don't mind at all, as long as things worked out for the best.
We've all emotionally moved on from Evan's horrible death pretty quickly. They did, Nancy. Truly. Thank you for your service.
Now, what have you got here?
We've just come from the old abandoned garnet mine. These folks were trying to rescue Mr. Evan Richards, who'd been kidnapped earlier this evening. Unfortunately, Mr. Richards was killed, and the perpetrator Nessa Crab and her accomplice escaped. They're also suspected of the murder of a young woman. We'll be aggressively pursuing these fugitives. The charges against them are very serious. We'll use every resource at our disposal.
Roger. A busy night.
Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case.
Roger that.
I'm heading back down to Toronto now. I need to meet with some higher-ups immediately. The Northwest Mounted Police has commandeered a train back to the city. I've been told you call Toronto home, Miss Maple. Will you join me?
I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more traveling tonight. And I'm not ready to leave the Crimson just yet.
Suit yourself. I'll need to take your statement for the report, but that can wait a day or two.
Thank you. I'll need a bit of time to get my thoughts in order.
Of course. There's going to be a ton of paperwork to do for this whole caper. It'll be trapped behind a desk for weeks. Do send word when you'll be returning. I'll pick you up from Union Station. Escort you straight to the police station.
Will do. Thanks, Ranger Murdoch.
Nathan drives you and Jack back to the lodge. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago. Your arrival in Crimson feels like it happened months ago. And it feels like years ago when you spoke to your boss, Professor Plummer.
My boss! My fieldwork! What am I going to tell him?
Just tell him the truth, Nancy. What could go wrong? Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off, only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits an uneven stretch of road. If we're all just killed in a car accident right now, I'm going to find that anticlimactic. Eventually, not even the bumpy road can rouse you. Nancy, you awake? We're back. Nancy's death feels like it was days ago, or decadays. Once Jack has roused you from your slumber, you make your way upstairs as quietly as possible, lest you wake Kimi. And then...
My goodness, what a night.
Again, a man died in front of you, Nancy.
I've never been so exhausted.
Like, granted, I guess it was in the dark. But doesn't that just give you more time to focus on the sounds of him desperately trying to suck air through his swollen throat?
You climb into bed and are eager to fall asleep.
This will feel more natural when we do it again and save the day. Beautiful song. But as your gaze falls onto the ransacked curio cabinet, you realize there are a few things you may want to bring up with the other inhabitants of the lodge tomorrow morning.
I'd better make some new notes on fresh paper to remind myself. Or I could just decide to go to sleep if I wish.
Game is autosaved. Did Margot have an accomplice in the ruby brooch theft? No?
I think Margot acted alone.
Who was the imposter? Albert Respa.
Right.
Oh, the fact that gave me a ding suggests that Margot did have an accomplice.
Right. His geology and mineralogy books looked brand new because he never once consulted them. They were part of his disguise.
There's that. There's the fact that we confirmed he's a German spy named Karl Leffler.
That explains why he was examining that glacial erratic. He had no idea that it wouldn't be a good indicator of the geology in the area.
What was Kimi's true goal? Draw a map. Doesn't make sense. Maybe I should try again. Right. Bird watching? Yep.
After everything I've witnessed, I'm pretty certain that Kimi is just a keen birdwatcher who probably had the worst vacation of her life. Everything and anything can look suspicious if you're looking for suspicious activity.
Were Evan and Nathan friends or enemies? I believe they were friends.
Their conversation in the conservatory indicates that they are similarly aligned when it comes to the fate of the lodge and lands. They also met up in the study after that first dinner. It was hard to tell if they were friendly then. But I did see them shake hands. They respected each other. Nathan was out late at night with Jack, and they were both helping Mr. Richards. I heard them talking about that. Nathan and Albert had a clandestine meeting in the boathouse. Nathan had paid Albert for a mineralogical report that concluded the lodge and lands didn't contain diamonds. Nathan wasn't concerned about the truth. He just wanted to protect Crimson from becoming a mining town again. And Nathan helped me and Jack try to rescue Mr. Richards tonight. He's a true friend. Mr. Richards was lucky to have him.
What were Jack and Nathan trying to conceal? Diamonds?
It is possible after all, but so far that is only a hunch based on the samples I've gathered. I'll need to verify my hypothesis when I get back to the museum. I did see Nathan and Jack gathering something shiny from the riverbank.
Where did Jack conceal the suspected diamonds? Smuggler's.
I wish I'd found solid evidence that Jack had hidden diamonds in the smokehouse.
Okay. Were Margot and Jack having an affair? Yes.
I suspect Margot and Jack were having an affair. I heard them in Margot's boudoir the first night I was at the lodge. It sounded like they were up to something suggestive.
I don't think the thing they were doing was suggestive.
Maybe this is something I can get cleared up tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Just that's a really appropriate time. Just go to Jack and be like, so.
It would just be to satisfy my curiosity.
What item suggests Nessa came to the lodge intending to threaten or harm Evan? This is the true answer. Almonds?
I have a feeling the Jordan almonds figure into this somehow, but why?
Nancy.
No matter. I can't have all the answers. Now, about that curio cabinet.
You're exhausted. Decide to go to sleep instead of pondering these questions. You wake up the next morning feeling refreshed, ravenous. As you make your way down the upstairs hallway, you begin to smell the inviting aromas of coffee and bacon. You enter the kitchen, find the other inhabitants gathered around the table, digging into a hearty breakfast. You join in. Morning light is streaming through the small window, causing motes of dust to sparkle and dance in the light.
Jack? Were you and Margot having an affair? Because...
What?
How could you ask me that after everything we've been through? You may be clever, Nancy, but you've got it very wrong on that count. I'm grateful for your help in trying to rescue Mr. Richards, I am. And I'm gonna drop you off at the train station this morning because of that. But I'm hurt by what you just said. Sorry. Kimi, I'm sorry that your birding trip was full of so much drama and tension, but I'm very glad I got to meet you. Thanks so much, Nancy. That's very kind of you. Yes, this was one of the strangest trips I've ever taken. So much unpleasantness and tragedy. But I don't regret coming here. Crimson is a beautiful place. Margot was very kind. Jack and Nathan really helped me feel at home here, despite everything. I liked Mr. Richards, too. He was the quiet type, like me. Sometimes people take that the wrong way. I didn't. Not with him. And he loved Crimson. I can see why. And Nancy, I'm very glad I got to meet you, too. You're one of a kind. Brave and clever. No matter what happens, I'm sure you'll make your dreams come true. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I'll try my best. Nathan, I have to know.
She's saying all this stuff. Jack's right there. Not just right there, but he's right there, like, staring at his eggs, kind of taken aback that Nancy just accused him. Yes.
I was in the boathouse when you had your meeting with Albert.
You were? Where?
In one of the canoes, but never mind that. I saw and heard you buy a phony mineralogical report from Albert. I feel like you had Mr. Richards' best interests in mind, but could you please explain that to me?
Of course. I did that because I had Mr. Richards' best interests in mind and mine as well. Yes, I did pay Albert to write a mineralogical report that stated there were no diamonds on the lands around the lodge. That would make the land worthless to Nessa, and she would stop bothering Evan and go home. Albert seemed to be not who he said he was. I've met mineralogists. He was no mineralogist.
I had a funny feeling about him too.
He was perfectly willing to prepare the document to say what I wanted for a price. I still have it, with Albert's signature and official seal. I plan on mailing it to the federal government, and we can be free of these troubles once and for all. But Nathan, the federal government knows that Albert Respa was the alias of a foreign spy.
You weren't the only one who paid Albert to prepare a false mineralogical report, Nathan.
What?
After Albert fled the lodge, I found a couple crumpled papers in his wastepaper basket. The papers had writing indentations on them. I darkened them and was able to read what had been written on top of them. I read the report that you bought from him, but there was also a version of the report that said the land and lodge and lands actually did contain diamonds. I have to know, are there diamonds here in Crimson?
Nathan and Jack exchange meaningful looks.
I think you and Jack were picking alluvial diamonds out of the riverbank when I saw the two of you last night. I collected a sample from that area. Nancy, there are diamonds in Crimson. We have to check the riverbanks regularly for ones that come down the river.
That's fair. That's fair. It's a much later thing, but I remember my thesis work for my MLIS degree, my Library and Information Studies degree, involved some interactions with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and that was the thing I learned about the culture I was told, not like this is not my firsthand observation, but I was told that basically our Department of Fisheries and Oceans is kind of like there's the oceans branch and there's the fisheries branch, and they're kind of just like two silos that often are at cross purposes, because the fisheries branch is concerned with supporting the fisheries industry and the oceans branch is concerned with the health of the oceans. And those are sometimes overlapping interests and sometimes not. But also they just don't really interact.
Over time, we've managed to extract most of the gems that are in the ground, but soil erosion also reveals them.
Every so often, we gotta go looking for more that have appeared. They're easiest to see by moonlight.
Evan used to help us. In fact, he used to do it all by himself. Fortunately for us, not many people were around. It was a difficult secret to keep even then.
Yeah, until that fish swallowed that whopper of a diamond, and that lucky duck fisherman caught it. Nothing but trouble that was. My goodness, I see.
Nancy, we know that your fieldwork is very important to you, and we certainly can't prevent you from divulging anything you may have discovered here. We can only ask you to think about what that news could mean for Crimson.
We like it how it is now.
I do too.
And so did Margot and Mr. Richards. What'll happen now?
That'll partially depend on you, Nancy.
You all pile into Nathan's automobile. You're touched. The Kimi will make the long, arduous trip to see you off. As the automobile trundles away from the lodge, you crane your neck and take one last look. I'm really going to miss this place, in spite of everything. You turn and face forward. The rattling of the rough road makes it hard to think. The only coherent thought you manage to have is, what will you tell your boss? What could that mean for your future? The bridge has been repaired. You're all set to go home. Ah, good. And she's got a smart hat on.
Nay, you are traveling light, Nancy. I wouldn't be too concerned.
Train's gonna leave soon. You'd better get going, Nancy. Oh, but what about you, Kimi? I'm sorry. Oh, but what about you, Kimi?
I've talked it over with Jack and Nathan. I think I'll stay on for a bit.
It's been so tense here. I want to relax, enjoy the birds, and the fall migration is starting in a few weeks, and the leaves will be changing color. I've promised Jack that I'll help with the lodge chores. I'll earn my keep. That's wonderful news. I wish I could stay longer too, but I've got to get back to my job in the city. Good luck, Nancy. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, Kimi. Be well.
Goodbye, Nancy.
Yeah, bye, Nancy. Now go on. The train's not going to wait forever. Right.
You stare out of the train window. It's a clear, cool morning. As crisp and refreshing as it is this far north, you brace yourself for the muggy summer heat down by Tirana.
Right, again. I had this discovery last week, and then when you were talking about summer release, Cedric, I was like,
I once again call this a winter story. No, it's just if you go far enough north in Ontario, it's just like it's winter. Your mind is buzzing with all that has transpired over the last few days. Feels like you're returning home from a long voyage. You can't help but wonder, did you miss anything? Did you leave any loose ends? Would you like to be privy to some helpful, introspective thoughts? Yes or no? Well, here's something where I'll seek the audience input. Are these introspective thoughts like crafted based on like which things I found, which things I didn't, and they exist as hints? Or is this like Nancy will just like say what all the answers were? I'm inclined to want to hear them. Because I'm inclined to think this is going to be more like the end of the Colonel's Bequest than the end of... Can't think of a game where at the end of the game... You know what? Fuck it. Perfect. You ponder the thoughts you had the previous night before bed.
Maybe Margot did have an accomplice for the ruby brooch theft.
Yeah, in hindsight, I'm thinking that was probably Jack, and they weren't doing anything illicit except stealing.
If only I'd found the brooch. Where could it be? The Rangers didn't find it on Nessa. Could it be hidden in the lodge somewhere? What could have happened to the silver steins? Maybe if I'd asked around after Margot's death, folks would feel less protective of her, more talkative. Albert was an imposter, no question about it. He was definitely not an expert mineralogist. The glacial erratic boulder, was not mineralogically relevant to this region. He had no idea. Albert's actions certainly didn't help his mineralogist charade. What about his words? Was there any written proof that he wasn't an expert mineralogist? I'm pretty sure that Nathan was Mr. Richards' friend, but did I miss any important details of his actions? What about that time Jack and Nathan met up in the carriage house? Could there have been a way to listen to them discuss things? Could I have hidden somewhere? Did Nathan stand to lose anything by helping Mr. Richards? He wasn't at the dining room meeting with Ranger Murdoch. I was going to ask Jack about it at the time, but he didn't seem to want me to address that. Maybe if I'd asked Jack about Nathan after that meeting, or even Nathan himself, I'd learn something interesting. I collected some rock salt from the bag in the smokehouse. Is there something more than just salt in this?
Yes, but okay, I should have rubbed the salt on the plate.
Do I really think Margot and Jack were having an affair? What could they have been doing in the boudoir that late at night? I found a small silver key in Margot's pocket. I wonder what it unlocks. I never found out. Maybe it will open something she was keen to conceal. Did Nessa come to the lodge intending to harm or threaten her brother? That could make a big difference in determining the severity of her crimes.
I mean, she committed murder right in front of you.
Did Nessa bring anything with her that could have harmed her brother? I have a feeling Corvus's satchel contains important information that I've overlooked. I saw those long hairs caught up in that tree north of the jetty. Maybe I should have collected them as potential evidence.
That's a fair point.
I have a gut feeling those Jordan almonds are somehow a vital element. But how? I never found Nessa's ruby brooch. I wonder if it was hidden in the lodge. I didn't solve the mystery of the silver wedding steins. I do know Margot took them. She admitted as much. But I don't know where the steins are now. Maybe I should have made some inquiries. Particularly after Margot's death, when perhaps people would no longer feel the need to protect her. I can't think of much else, actually.
You turn your attention between your impending interview with Ranger Murdoch. You feel like you've investigated Margot's murder to the best of your ability. After a good deal of mulling over, you conclude,
actually, I'm satisfied with all I've done. I am. Thank goodness.
Having reassured yourself, you fall quickly into a deep, dreamless sleep. You don't awake until the train pulls in to Union Station. Union Station, not pictured here.
just to clarify for the Americans, even in 1914 up here in Canada, we didn't just get out of the train next to some woods and call it a station. There you go, see? See? Towers and everything. A developed nation. Ranger Murdoch meets you at Union Station, as arranged.
Ranger Murdoch!
Hello, Nancy. It's good to see you again. Would you like me to drive you home to rest?
No thanks. I'm eager to have my interview. Let's go.
Right. Follow me. Bum, 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 bum. You look over at the wanted posters on the bulletin board and see a familiar face. Face has familiar features. The expression gives you pause. It's unmistakably Margot. She looks scared and angry. And the name is different too. The Margot you knew was a piece, kind and caring. Well, she was a piece because she was dead, Nancy. You feel fortunate to have met her when you did. Just before she was murdered. The poster lists her offenses as assault, theft, racketeering, public nuisance. Nancy?
Sorry, just lost in thought.
Ah, yes. That person has been on the most wanted list for a few years now. Skagway was a near lawless place. Sometimes who the criminals were was a matter of public opinion. And sometimes if you didn't make friends with the right people, you get stuck with all sorts of trumped up charges. Does she look familiar to you?
No, I don't recognize her.
Very well, let's begin. Suddenly your boss, Professor Plummer, appears in the doorway. Nancy, there you are. Welcome back. I'd heard the train had come in.
Sir, we're in the middle of a confidential interview.
My apologies. I won't be a moment. Nancy, what did you find? Are the diamonds in crimson? I must know. Yes or no? Oh, hell. Screw it then, I'll go to hell. Or whatever.
I'm afraid I didn't find anything significant, Professor. I managed to obtain some good samples, though. And I think I'll still be able to produce a good report for my fieldwork. It just won't be very exciting.
Ah, I'm sorry to hear it, Nancy. As for exciting, most research isn't. Don't worry too much about that. Come see me when you're ready, and I'll help you with your report.
Thanks so much, Professor Plummer.
Take care, Nancy. See you soon. Okay, now let's really begin. Any information you provide will be kept strictly confidential, of course, unless other people in this world know the trick of standing outside a door.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Nessa Crabbe is wanted in connection with Evan Richards' kidnapping and murder, Margot's murder, and attempted fraud. After examining the area, we believe Mr. Richards was assaulted at the jetty near the lodge. Do you have any evidence connecting Nessa to the scene of the jetty? Yes or no? Yes? Or do I not because I didn't take the hair?
Yes, I do.
What evidence did you find? If there are multiple points to make, we'll discuss them separately. One-word answers will suffice. Footprints?
Actually,
Uh-oh. Hair? No? Excuse me while I look at my notes, sir. Fingerprints, right?
I found Nessa's fingerprint on a shattered crystal decanter at the jetty. It was made of thick glass. It wouldn't have broken from being tipped over or dropped from carrying height. I think Nessa had a confrontation with Evan on the jetty, during which she forcefully threw the decanter down, causing it to break.
Well done, Nancy. Our investigators found that broken decanter came to a similar conclusion.
Did you find anything in areas besides the jetty that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping? Yes or no? Oh, yes.
Yes, I do.
What evidence did you find? There are multiple points to make, etc., etc. Hair. Oh, I didn't recover the hair.
Footprints. I found Nessa's footprints, shoe prints, in the wooded area near the jetty.
How do you know the shoe prints belong to Nessa?
I learned the shoe sizes of everyone at the lodge. She's the only one who wears that size and style of shoe.
That's some good detective work.
I tracked Nessa's shoe prints into the smokehouse. I think that's where she and Corvus temporarily detained Evan until they were ready to take him to the garnet mine.
Do you have anything else to share that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in areas other than the jetty? Yes or no? I don't think so. Shoe prints outside the smokehouse. Found at the jetty incident. No.
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay, moving on. We believe Mr. Richards was being held in the lodge's smokehouse before being moved to the garnet mine. Did you find any evidence to support our theory regarding his unlawful confinement? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes, I do.
What evidence did you find, etc.? He wrote a message. Okay, remind me. Yeah, smokehouse symbol. Is it symbol? Jam? Great minds, Tashtari, but maybe not that great. Did I try symbol? I think I did try symbol. Okay, hold on. What else did we find around there? The wall symbol. Cookie crumbs? Okay. I guess not. I'm going to run this back so I can obsess over getting the parser to work right. Okay. I guess there was supposed to be other evidence that I could have found. Because obviously here is where... How did I find out? Symbol.
Mr. Richards had used the jam from Jack's thumbprint cookie to draw a hidden symbol. The symbol was a red circle surrounded by a round red border.
Red.
It was raspberry jam. I tasted it.
Tasted it?
Yes, it was delicious. The symbol even resembled the thumbprint cookies, which I learned are called Hallangrata in Swedish. Hallangrata means raspberry cave in English. And a raspberry cave...
Oh, and a raspberry cave could be a garnet mine?
Exactly! Mr. Richards was talking about the garnet mines at dinner on the night I arrived in Crimson. He said they'd been deserted for years. It was the perfect place for them to hide him. We were able to recover Mr. Richards' body from the mine. The autopsy revealed his airway was swollen and...
We were able to recover Mr. Richards' body from the mine. The autopsy revealed his airway was swollen and inflamed. Nessa claims his death was accidental, that he choked to death on the Jordan almonds she was trying to feed him. Do you have any knowledge that might contradict her claim, yes or no? Nancy doesn't. I mean, wait, yes. Because you watched her kill him. Her speech. No. I needed to learn mechanically about his obvious almond allergy. Let's move on to Corvus Shaw's role in the Mr. Richards kidnapping and murder. Although Mr. Shaw is currently at large, we're making every effort to apprehend him. Do you have any evidence to connect Corvus to these crimes? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes, I do.
What evidence did you find? Please state one article at a time. Shoe prints.
I found Corvus's shoe prints on the jetty, in the woods leading away from the jetty, and leading into the smokehouse. The shoe prints on the jetty must have been formed when he stepped into the spilt whiskey, and they were still wet. That suggests to me that he was either present during the abduction of Mr. Richards or soon after. Considering the scuff marks I saw on the jetty, Mr. Richards was dragged away with some force. I doubt Nessa, an elderly lady, could have dragged her brother away with that amount of force.
That's terrific work, Nancy. Our investigators didn't see any shoe prints on the jetty. They must have dried up before we got there. But now we know they're there, perhaps some forensic processes will help reveal them. We'll go and just say that we saw them and we found them with forensic magic. Well, I think
Corvus's movements during that time are pretty clear.
very thorough of you. Every bit helps. Do you have anything else to share that could help connect Corvus to the crimes perpetrated on Mr. Richards? Please continue. I'll say no, and I'll ask you another question. Let me consult my notes for a sec. Here was my reminder. I was caught off guard by how soon the game reached its climax. Do-do-do. Button.
I found this metal button, which I recovered from outside the smokehouse. I observed Corvus wearing a striped vest with this exact type of button that very same night. If you examine Corvus's clothing, I'm sure you'll find that one of the buttons is missing on one of his vests.
We did indeed make a note of a missing button, and now we know what happened to it. This is a very good piece of evidence, Nancy. May I have it?
Of course. I think that's all the information I have about connecting Corvus to the crimes against Mr. Richards.
Okay, let's move on. What about any lesser crimes? We suspect Corvus was brought to the lodge by Nessa to commit fraud. You know of anything that would help us build that case, yes or no? Yes. But I think I do. It was from the office. Did that go in the notebook? Let's see. Let's try office. No. Let's try desk. No. Try papers. I don't know.
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay, moving on. What about Carl Leffler, aka Albert Respa? What can you tell me about him? Rangers apprehended him in the middle of his sabotage attempt on the Sulaks. So that's an open and shut case, but we suspect this man is involved in other illegal acts. Do you think you can attribute other criminal activities to him? Yes or no? I mean, yes, but only by revealing that I perjured myself, right? Oh well, let's try.
Yes, I do.
Please continue. What have you discovered? Fraud?
I revealed indentations of what was written on the papers that were on top of these ones. Both were mineralogical reports by Albert, only one said there were diamonds in Crimson and the other said there were none.
Why would that be?
I suspect Albert wasn't actually a mineralogist at all, and that neither report is valid. He was scamming Nathan and Nessa. Carl, I mean. I'm sorry, it's hard to keep everything straight.
That's okay, Nancy, you're doing great.
I was a witness to a secret meeting in the boathouse between Nathan and Albert. I clearly heard Albert saying the contents of the envelope he was carrying was a report, signed and sealed, that there were no diamonds in Crimson. Nathan paid him for this version of the field report. Would you like to take these crumpled papers into evidence?
Yes, indeed. Hand the crumpled papers over. If you have something else you'd like to tell me about Leffler, just say so. I'll say no and I'll ask about something else.
No. No, I'm afraid not.
Okay, moving on. Finally, Margot's death.
Margot's murder?
Does appear to be the case. We're looking into it. Do you have any evidence you'd like to give me that could help us make a case for Margot's murder? Yes?
Yes, I do.
Garlic? Okay, hold on. It's specifically asking me to show an item. What item do I have that is evidence? What is this again? The jar from the river. Right. The literal murder jar.
I recovered this jam jar from the river by the Crimson Lodge. I think it's a key piece of evidence against Nessa regarding Margot's poisoning.
You hand the jam jar over to Ranger Murdoch. Thanks, Nancy. What can you tell me about it?
There's a powdery white residue inside, along with a bit of flypaper. I'd be very interested to learn what the residue is, though I wouldn't be surprised if it's arsenic.
Really?
Yes, the box for the flypaper strips warns that they contain arsenic. Pretty dangerous stuff.
We'll find out one way or another. Thanks, Nancy.
I found a fingerprint on the outside of the jam jar. It's Nessa's fingerprint.
This could go a long way towards connecting Nessa to Margot's death. Very possibly to ruling the death of poisoning. Excellent work.
What's more, I overheard Nessa having a conversation with Corvus in the apple orchard. She admitted to soaking flypaper in glass jars to obtain poison, storing it in a flask, and tossing the jars over the waterfall.
That's pretty incriminating, especially if the evidence can back up your story.
Hopefully Mrs. Crabbe will still have the flask in her possession.
Nope. Hopefully Mrs. Crabbe will still have the flask in her possession when we apprehend her. It would really help build a case against Nessa. Thanks. Do you have anything else to show me? Do I?
I found this empty box of flypaper in the garden shed. After reading its tiny warning label, I discovered that flypaper contains arsenic. Jack maintains a supply of flypaper at the lodge, but this is the only box that was in the shed. And this box looks crisp and new, but empty. I suspect Nessa was stealing flypaper and extracting arsenic from it.
An interesting theory, Nancy. May I take this box into evidence?
Of course.
Give the empty box flypaper to the ranger. Thanks. Do you have anything else to show me? Not sure. No?
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay, moving on. No, I think that does it, actually. Thanks for your time, Nancy. Well, it's okay. We're I'm not going to start from the start, but we are going to run most of this back, at least once. And then I'll remember. You head home after completing your interview with Ranger Murdoch and immediately set to work on your field report of Crimson. You write at length about the samples you've obtained and the observations you've made, though you do leave out a few details. Such as that there are diamonds in Crimson. Professor Plummer proves to be an enthusiastic impatient mentor, despite his mild disappointment at the unremarkable findings. You impressed him with your attention to detail and hard work. Together, you produce an impeccable field report that is published by the Royal Canadian Museum and eventually endorsed by the Geological Survey of Canada, corrupting the body of knowledge. Your first publication, Nancy, a real feather in your cap. Weeks pass. Soon, you're immersed in your regular life. You become an expert on the filing system. Even suggest some ways to improve it. You find yourself missing the fresh air, the roaring waterfalls, the rushing rivers of Crimson. You wonder if you'll ever hear about how things are going up there. Till one day. There you are, Nancy. Yeah, like, she's making them better. She's okay. It's not as exciting as solving murders. I thought today's newspaper might be of interest to you. You start reading the newspaper. The largest article is about Nessa Crab. She's considered a fugitive, wanted in connection with Margot's murder, her brother's murder and kidnapping, assault, and attempted fraud. The article mentions that Nessa's alleged accomplice, Corvus Shaw, is also at large, wanted for his roles in Margot's murder, Evan's kidnapping, murder, assault, and attempted fraud. You're relieved to see no mention of Crimson anywhere, not even in the smallest news items. Figure no news is good news. There's no mention at all about Albert's, Carl's, attempted sabotage at the Sulaks, only that there will be minor delays due to routine maintenance.
They probably want to make sure there aren't any more explosive devices in and around the locks. Had Albert succeeded?
You shudder to think of it. You skim the rest of the newspaper, but nothing else catches your eye.
That's a relief, I suppose.
Why is she leaving? Too mad about the whole diamond fiasco, eh, Nancy? But we both knew it was a long shot. Good work today, kiddo. See you tomorrow, bright and early.
Yes, sir.
You start the long walk home. You're relieved the Crimson won't become an open pit mine, and the Kimi and her cormorants are safe and happy.
Hiya, Nancy. Another late night, eh? I've got a bit of stew saved for you. Kept it nice and warm on the stove. Thanks, Mrs. Williams. I'm starving.
Go on in, lass. I'll serve it up.
I'll be down in a bit.
Okay, lass. Take your time. Mrs. Williams ladles a hearty bowl of stew, slices a bit of bread for you. The food is delicious, warms you to the bone. She sits with you and the two of you chat about the goings-on in the neighborhood. You're grateful she rents you a room so cheaply. Museum clerks don't get paid very much. Once your belly is full and Mrs. Williams has washed the bowl, she waves you away from this menial task. You step lightly upstairs, lest you wake the other lodgers.
I see that now. I was so caught off guard by the fact that at first I thought it was Kimi with a hat on. I thought that, she was going to visit Kimi. I was like, I don't remember Kimi owning an Irish diner. I don't remember that being established. So then when the face came up and it was Roberta Williams, I did not even register. You fall asleep as your head hits the pillow. You're exhausted, and tomorrow will be another exhausting day. Exhausted. But every exhausting day is another step closer to making your dreams come true. Well done, Nancy. You could have done better in your investigating the motives and actions of the other guests at the lodge. You scored 9 points out of 24 during your pre-departure ponderings. You weren't much help at all to the Rangers' investigation. Hopefully they can still find justice for the wrong parties. You scored 7 points out of 19 during your interview with Ranger Murdoch. You did pretty well in your investigation reporting of Margot's death. You scored 5 points out of 8 for your Margot investigation. Carl Leffler, aka Albert Respa. Yeah, geez, the whole time the game kept congratulating me for my thorough investigative technique. And then at the end, it's like, oh, you just inferred that Evan was allergic to Jordan almonds? You didn't get Jack to show you where they keep whatever the 1914 equivalent of an EpiPen is? I guess a belt that you can bite on while you die. Carl Leffler, aka Albert Respa, was tried and found guilty of sabotage of the railway bridge, attempted sabotage of the Sulaks, espionage, fraud, theft, and a litany of minor charges. He was incarcerated at Kingston Penitentiary until his death, 12 years later, of a heart attack. The Sulaks were patrolled by the Northwest Mounted Police for the duration of the Great War. No other sabotage attempts were made. Thanks to this vigilance, Canadian supply lines along the Great Lake waterways remained uninterrupted. This played an important role in the Commonwealth War efforts and crucially contributed to the Allied victory. Corvus Shaw got away, fleeing to Britain under an assumed name. He continued to commit fraud and other white-collar crimes and enjoyed a long, quiet life of lavish wealth. I don't love that. Margot was laid to rest alongside Evan and his parents in Crimson's lushly overgrown cemetery in an informal service attended by Jack, Nathan, and Kimi. You wish you'd been able to make Nessa face justice for Margot's murder, but at least Margot's at rest where she was loved. Kimi Kishiro stayed at the lodge until after the autumn migration of birds, when she returned to Vancouver to be with her family. From then on, she'd visit Crimson for the spring and autumn migrations, as well as the cormorant's nesting season every summer. Wow, 3 vacations a year. Following Evan's death, Jack remained at the lodge, continuing to take care of it under the supervision of the Cardinal family. When Jack became old and creaky, the Cardinals, in turn, took care of him. Nathan Cardinal had a verbal agreement with Evan about the fate of the lodge, but unfortunately, Evan died before he was able to put it into writing. Nessa had such serious charges laid against her, including Evan's murder, her face was put on wanted posters all across Canada. When she perished in the mine or chose to remain hidden till the end of her, whether she perished in the mine or chose to remain hidden till the end of her days, she was unable to meddle further in her brother's or Nathan's affairs. With every passing year, everything but the lodge and the train station were slowly reclaimed by the wilderness. The secret of the Crimson Diamonds remained hidden. Nessa Crabbe was never seen again. It could be that she never made it out of the mine, but she kept a low profile after her escape. It rankles you that she got away with at least one murder. You find yourself looking over your shoulder often, and you still see her vengeful, firelit face in your nightmares. Evan Richards was buried alongside Margot and his parents in Crimson, which is exactly what he wanted. Some say his restless spirit haunts the cemetery to this day, mourning the suspicious demise of his lady love. You have many sleepless nights over the fact that not only did Nessa get away, but also you weren't able to prove that she murdered Margot. You hope Mr. Richards would forgive you, if he knew. You continue to work diligently as a clerk at the Royal Canadian Museum. A month later, you're accepted at the University of Toronto in the Department of Geology and Paleontology as an undergraduate. Professor Plummer spoke highly of your fieldwork in Crimson in his letter of recommendation. Although your findings weren't revolutionary, he tells you that impeccable work, regardless of result, is the bedrock of any scientific discipline, and that he's very proud of you. A few months later, you receive a letter from Ranger Murdoch, praising your investigative prowess. Why would he do that?
based on what you said about me, Julia. And tenacity in helping foil a sabotage attempt at the Sulaks. He says you're a natural detective, and he hopes your paths will cross again someday. Thanks for playing. Thanks for making the game. Design, writing, art, animation, and programming by Julia Minimata. And I would say that she did at least a passable job at all of those tasks and an excellent job at probably the ones that are the most important. It's an authentic Roland soundtrack, which I'm not surprised to learn. Oh, and Julia Minimata made the fonts herself. Using Adventure Game Studio. Yeah. There is that. For sure. So the thing now is figuring out how far back should I load to. Honestly, it feels like you should start over from the start kind of thing. At least for like the one conversation that I didn't know where to hide in the carriage house to listen to it. But I don't necessarily want to. I mean, it'll go much, much, much faster on a second playthrough. Or I could just load back X amount of time before... No, I think It does feel like starting over might be the best bet. This is a very eccentric form of alphabetical order. Since these are mostly people's names, but we're going alphabetical by given name. Wonderful. See anyone I recognize? Had I heard about this Kickstarter, my name would be in here. But it's not. Because I didn't. I only heard about it when the game existed. I mean, like, my name is there. It says James. But that's not referring to me. Hey, David Alexander. Is that the David Alexander we know? Nobody who's only known in the chat by a pseudonym is obliged here. Hey, Tash Tari. By any chance, are you Hero of Shapir? I was expecting to see Jason Dyer, the All the Adventures guy. Or am I misremembering his name? I don't think so. At any rate, I am a believer in watching the credits. So here we are. Yeah, Jason Dyer. Hero U. Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I bought that so that I could check it out after I finished Quest for Glory. And then at the end of Quest for Glory, I said, I'm going to play this whole thing again. And then I haven't started yet. But hey, 2026, we're going to check out Hero U.
The total sum of Kickstarters I've backed for the Dark Souls board game, would not do it again. Frosthaven, would do it again. And Child of Light, you know, Urquan Masters 2, Real Star Control 3. And I'm inclined to say I'm not going to regret that, but we don't know. What if it comes out next year and it sucks? I'd be shocked, to be honest. Yeah, the Dark Souls board game is the only one I really regret. It's not even a bad board game. Like, it's okay. They actually did a pretty good job of figuring out how to represent some parts of the Dark Souls experience. But what they did not even attempt to do is to get the sense of both the exploration and, well, really just the exploration. And I understand why. But, like, I kind of suspected that nobody whose names we read in the classic games. What's happening here? Oh, it full screened itself, which changes how it gets captured. Okay. Okay. How long have I been doing this? Having a hard time making a mental calculation. Not very long. I got some time left. All right. Thoughts from the crowd. Start a new game and go as fast as I possibly can, or try to find a good tactical load back somewhere in the middle. It will go much, much faster, of course. That's where I'm leaning right now. That's a good thought there, Cedric. Okay. Yeah. That's very close to going back to the beginning, but it's not literally going back to the beginning. So, if we start right from the start of chapter 4, let's try it. Well, Margot is dead. Okay. Talk to Evan. Look at Margot. Boom. You get the full, like, with her portrait, just the regular description of when she's living. And then the quick follow-up where it's just like, this is just Margot's body. Oh, Margot. Examine her face. Nope. Smell Margot's breath. Look at Moth. Okay. Oh, you want to have a look? I'm going to go have a drink. This is the one spot where the slow animation feels perfect. Yeah. I believe this man getting up at that speed in this moment.
Search pockets. Silver key. Take the key. Cha-ching.
I wonder what this opens.
This time we'll find it. Take hair. All right. After whispering an apology to Margot, you tuck a few strands of hair.
I don't think I can make much use of this, but it might come in handy later, especially if her death is suspicious.
Yeah, there's thinning hair, bald patches. Perhaps because she's been slowly poisoned with arsenic? I don't know. Examine face. Lovely facial proportions. Examine eyes. She leaves them closed. Examine the mouth. Smell the odor. It's garlic. Look at her nose. Her nose is poreless. Good for her. Intense scrutiny of Margot's skin reveals no bruises or abrasions. But she do find some rough, scaly areas on her hands and feet, darkened areas, red and patchy lesions on her lower legs.
I wonder if these skin problems have something to do with her aches and pains.
That could be true. Sure. Look at her robe. No. And then we're not going to do this. Right? Yeah. How's her feet? Right, we looked at her feet, we looked at her hands. And that's also how we looked at her skin. Ears. You admire the majestic arch of the helix, the delicate, shell-like folds of the concha, the graceful dip of the intertragal notch.
Very nice.
You do your thing. Nancy, I'm not here to judge you. Look at garlic. 3 braids of garlic hang on the shelves. Examine that garlic. It wouldn't benefit from it. Look at the shelves generally. Or like she looks at an ear, apparently. Okay. What would Jack say if he caught you filling your pockets with the vegetables of his labors? Well, how are we going to befriend any horses that we meet? I didn't forget anything that I did before.
According to Evan, Jack and Nathan will eventually be going to the train station.
I have missed that. I think I already missed that one meeting. Or is it now that someone's meeting in the carriage house? Find Jack and Nathan. What the hell? What are you doing, Kimi?
Kimi? Oh dear, sorry to startle you. Why are you lurking, Kimi?
Lurking? I was looking for owls. Well, you probably scared them away by screaming. I would like to start the Quest for Glory anti-hero run no later than 2 weeks from today. So gotta make some progress on this today, and then we'll blitz it
next week. Is this where they are? You open the door, go in. Hold on. Climb ladder. Climb up the ladder. I just never do this before. Look at the hay. Even a city girl as yourself can tell that those hay bales are old and dusty. Seems there hasn't been much need for them in a long time. Can I examine the hay? Can I hide in the hay? No. Not even sure that the carriage house is where they're going to meet right now. Oh dear. It's good to be cautious. It's wild to me how often I got the, hey, great job on that segment of the game thing. And then at the end, it was like, you really weren't very good at this. Your final score is like 12 out of 50. Get in the car. Hide in the car. No. Is this even where they're meeting? I can't remember. It's obviously an issue for the let's do this really, really fast thing. That I got to get my grounding. I got to get my bearings. Figure something out. Oh, right. This is that part.
I can hear Jack and Nathan talking.
Can you listen? Yeah. Great. And on they go.
Hey, Jack. Ah! What were you guys up to? Me and Nate were just getting some fresh air. Really?
Ba-boom, ba-boom, etc. We've read this before. She shows him the samples. What do you think? He's proud of her. White garnets, are you sure? Definitely. But you can show them to Nathan. How about it? Oh, he said he'd take them to Nathan.
Darn it, I missed talking to Nathan. I ought to find him and question him before he leaves.
Okay. First, ask Jack about garlic.
Jack, I think I smelled garlic in Margot's mouth when I was down in the root cellar.
Nah, impossible. Margot never ate garlic. Maybe there's something that smells like garlic? I don't know. Is it too early? Oh, yeah. Nessa brought some Jordan almonds into the lodge, put them in a bowl in the parlor. She knows Mr. Richards is allergic to nuts ever since they were kids. Pretty inconsiderate, if you ask me. But it's not important enough to be a note yet. But, okay. Easy to get our theory confirmed. There's no shame here. You have a good night, Miss Maple.
Thanks, Jack. You too.
And he goes the other way. Slowly.
My biggest regret, sorry, the Dark Souls board game. My biggest regret about it isn't really related to the game. Although the game certainly, like, I've got enough fun out of it, I think, for what I paid for it. Maybe. I don't know. It takes up a lot of space. But the thing that I hated about it was that I paid enough to get the version that
Here's Nate.
what is the new note? Oh, that I found him again. Good job. Show him the samples. No. Talk to Nathan.
Good evening, Nathan.
Ah, I thought maybe you were Evan. Sometimes he likes to walk the grounds when he's troubled. I wonder where he is now. Ask about garlic. I can take a leave garlic. Depends on how it's cooked. No, thank you. I don't like candy. Evan loves candy, but keep those away from him. He's been allergic to nuts ever since he was a child. His parents learned this when he got a red, itchy rash from coming into contact with a minute amount of almonds. He didn't even eat them, he merely touched them. Doctors warned the family that if he were to ingest almonds, the results could be fatal.
Oh dear.
Nessa brought those Jordan almonds with her. She knows all about Evan's allergy, of course. A very unpleasant woman. Margot's death is shocking. She was a kind woman. It's a sad state of affairs. I've known Evan a long time. I've never seen him like this. He needs to grieve. Jack's driving to the train station to send a telegram about Margot. This is Ranger business. Ask about Silver Steins. Now that Margot's gone, someone else should know about this.
About what?
Margot entrusted the silver wedding steins in the curio cabinet to me. She wanted me to keep them at my home until Nessa and Corvus had departed.
I somewhat understand about Nessa wanting her share. Couldn't one stein go to her and one to Mr. Richards?
Evan loves his parents. It was their wish that the steins not be separated. Nessa knew that too, and so did Margot. Evan is a good man, but he'd cut off his own nose despite his face, especially when it comes to his sister. Margot knew what Evan's like, so she couldn't ask him to hide the steins. He would have given Nessa both of them to placate her. And then the steins would have been sold off to the highest bidder. It's within Nessa's rights to turn the lodge upside down looking for the steins. This was her house too. So Margot couldn't ask Jack to hide them here, nor could she effectively hide them herself, which is why she asked me.
And why are you telling me? It can't be just because I asked.
No, it's because things are getting dangerous. Nessa has proven even more vindictive than I imagined. In case something happens to me, someone else should know about the steins and restore them to their rightful owner once the danger is past. To return what was once given in good faith. Evan promised that to me about this lodge and lands. I hope to repay that gesture. I know it can be hard to tell sometimes. Evan and I are friends, long-time friends who are sometimes at odds and sometimes keep secrets, but always friends. Please help me keep this secret from Evan until I can return the steins safely to him.
I understand. I won't tell.
Thank you, Nancy. We're already doing better. What about the brooch? I don't involve myself with Nessa or her trappings. Okay. Tell about... I don't know. Ask about Margot's hair. No, he doesn't know. Oh, I've already had this conversation. Where is Evan now? Who knows? Right, she won't show him the samples. Tell Nathan about samples? Ab-oot? Wait, hold on. Let's update the save just in case
Nathan has performed a panic murder when he thinks that Nancy's gonna expose the lodge. Nope. Garnet is a hard mineral. You'll see lots of pebble-sized examples along the riverbed. Settlers mined garnets in this area for use in industrial abrasives. That is, until the mines became unprofitable. What do you think of this Corvus? During his time at the lodge, Corvus seems to frequent only a few places. In his room doing work, outside sitting on the bench, or at the bar. I'm glad about that, because it makes him easy to avoid. The bench deals out the most vicious splinters. No one else sits there, only Corvus. Is this the clue that Corvus wears really thick pants, or that he has some kind of weird splinter fetish? I don't know. Nathan has the silver steins for safekeeping. Jack should be along shortly. He may be in the bedroom he's sharing with Corvus, getting ready. He's driving to the train station to send a telegram about Margot's death. I'm just getting the automobile ready for him. Yep. Out of curiosity, do I have rock salt in my inventory yet? No. Okay. Oh, Danielle's calling. Quite possibly the groceries. Hang tight 1 second. I'll be right back with you, gang. Confirmed. It's the groceries. So I'll be right back with you, but in a slightly longer amount of time than just a second.
And we're back. Okay. I don't think there's anything else that I needed to do there. I think. I guess for now I'll just update this save again. Oh, and then here's Jack.
Oh, Nancy! I wasn't expecting to see you here. Excuse me.
Oh, now we're moving. I'm going to look for Evan. I can tell he's upset, but you know how he is.
Always going off on his own, yeah. Maybe try the jetty?
Thanks, I'll check there. I have a few other places in mind first. My meeting with Albert in the boathouse begins shortly. I will look for Evan after that. Good luck. I'll say this about Hades too, in my experience so far. Just like with Silksong, they've done a very good job of taking a game that people liked and making a second one. There's nothing here that will shock you if you played Hades, but they did. It's the second one. It's more. It's bigger. They came up with a very clever way to both maintain the original Hades game loop while also being like, but also look, we could think of different ways to do these kind of runs. Next step is find Evan, but I think I want to spy on the meeting first. Pardon me, Miss Maple, I'm expected elsewhere. He had some pep in his step for a bit, but it's gone. And yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time with all of the weapons, especially because I just unlocked the aspects. So now there's 3 versions of each weapon. But so far, it's exactly how I felt when I was in the early playing of Hades, where I really, really vibed with the specific weapon, the sister blades, and then was more, on the rest of them, to varying degrees. But then I've already kind of expanded a bit. Like, at first I found the big axe. I did one run with it when I unlocked it and was like, this sucks. Like, this is not a game where I want to play with like a Dark Souls great axe, like swinging really slowly. But then lo and behold, figured it out. Because I did a second. I've only done 2 runs, so I did a second run with the axe. I think with the one of the aspects, the aspect of Charon, and that was when I got the closest to having a successful run. Except that I choked hard. The very end. Like, I got to the boss with full health, 3 charges of Death Defiance and the keepsake that is basically like more Death Defiance. And I'd never previously made it to Kronos, the boss, with any Death Defy left. And I'd made it pretty far into the fight. So I was like, sweet.
And I was playing really, really well with the axe, obviously. So I was like, this could be it. It was not. I choked so hard in the fight that I made it. It wasn't even the furthest I got into the fight. I made it further with no death defy and like not going in with full health. So I was kind of mad at myself for that. But it's Hades, right? The whole point is to do it again and again. You don't even end the game by beating the boss. I'm here. Have you read the document? Yeah, it's a document. It's a forgery. Etc. The benefit of hindsight. Obviously, it was only somewhere in the middle that I picked up the Belgian detail, and then I thought maybe that was his secret identity. Because I remember making a comment of, "Oh man, it's gonna be tough." In the moment where we, expose his secret, he blusters into his accent. Like I'm gonna need to go watch Murder on the Orient Express or something. In hindsight, I think he's supposed to have a Belgian accent the whole time, and maybe one of the clues towards that should have been his, strong resemblance to Hercule Poirot. What can you do? Longtime viewers might recall that I did the whole VGA remake of Quest for Glory, the first one, and then went back to the EGA one, and it was only in the EGA one when I got to the sequence with the Three Stooges that I recognized it was the Three Stooges. It's not an Easter egg. It's really quite literally like just the Three Stooges show up and do a Three Stooges routine. See, now there's the real OGs. I think you have to be British or Stimpinski. Maybe not even Stimpinski to remember me. Yeah. I just while I was getting my sea legs in Ultima 5, while determined not to seek any kind of guidance from the internet, I just could not keep ELO alive. It was something like 7 or 8 streams when I first stabilized ELO in an alive state. He was there pretty early. So you're probably right. Because I know the way I thought about it in my mind was, first I was like, hey, I've got a regular. And I was like, hey, I've got like 2 regulars. Which would have been you and Stimpinski. I had another sort of regular at that time. Strange kid. But he wasn't really there for the RPGs. And then when Waffle Syrup joined us, I was like, I'm going to get affiliate now. So I'm going to start averaging 3 viewers. I'll make sure to make some indication in all of my save game names. This is the second one. Now, we got to go over here. Pardon me. Nessa's extraordinarily incriminating conversation. In hindsight now, my early confusion where I thought I was like, wait, the puddles and the footprints, do they go in 2 different directions? The fact the puddles are already there was supposed to be me already knowing that the spillage happened from Evan stumbling down to the jetty. Thank goodness both of these 2 have such terrible peripheral vision. Dun, dun, dun. Gotta make sure she pours out every last drop. Unsurprisingly, there's some absolutely gorgeous character art in Hades 2. Duh. I shouldn't have been surprised, but because I ignore pre-release hype or early access hype. When I saw the art for Hestia, I was like, oh, that's a cool take. And then I stumbled on to the internet, discovering that, in fact, yes, of course, the Hestia character art prompted a whole lot of freaking out and crying by the lamest people in the world about how Hades is ruined now because it's woke. Hades, the game that in the first place, the first Hades, was already about a multicultural take on the Greek gods, also, and also a, you know, the lead character with his bisexual polyamory. But now it's getting woke because I guess some of these young men, you know, they can't foresee themselves. Oh, they are definitely, absolutely. I think this is clearly demonstrated by the fact that, and hello, X-Orbit, the game is going to be very, very successful. And already was, I believe, in early access. But yeah, apparently, like, there are people who have made mods just literally so that the Hestia character art won't display. So you can try to hide from the woke. And then I saw others. Because, okay, if you haven't seen Hestia, the idea they went with for her, Hestia is the goddess of the hearth and one of the virgin goddesses, although not like the main one. Artemis is the main virgin goddess. So, and also she is of the generation of Olympians that's, you know, she's like, I believe she's Demeter's sister, I think. And Demeter, of course, was displayed as a like grandmotherly figure in the first game. And so Hestia is also displayed as a grandmotherly figure. She's a little on the plump side. And then I think to represent the whole goddess of the hearth idea, she's sort of like, it's not obvious to me that she's originally like African, you know, like black. She could be, but like she definitely has vitiligo to get the idea of, you know, like sooty. I think it was to kind of look like that. Anyway, it's very cool. And then she speaks with a, I should be able to actually identify hold on. The exact accent. It's not an English accent. But this will be easy. Da-da-dun. Okay, Mancunian. So not Jane Leaves' actual accent, but the character of Daphne Moon on Frasier. Like, Hestia sounds so much like that I was like, did they get Jane Leaves to voice this character? No, they didn't. But anyway. Yeah. There's some pretty silly conversations I saw about that. But yeah, I'm really digging it. There are a lot of great character designs. I think some of my favorites so far. I really do like the Hestia one. Narcissus is very well done.
Ah, Mr. Richards. There you are. Mr. Richards?
Evan doesn't acknowledge your presence. He looks lost in thought, or
Maybe highly inebriated, or possibly both. Can we get anything out of them? I don't think we can.
Mr. Richards, what are you doing here?
He ignores me. Do you like almonds? No. He's not going to respond. Yeah. He's quietly, morosely drunk, sitting precariously. Look at the decanter. He's pouring whiskey out of the crystal decanter into a glass. He's doing it pretty frequently. It's the crystal decanter from the living room. Ooh, that's pretty strong stuff. And so on.
I hear a rumbling in the distance. Is that thunder? It sounds like an automobile heading towards the carriage house. Is Jack back from the train station? Maybe I should head over there, see what's going on. Or I could head to the lodge and see what's going on there.
Well, first.
I'm not walking around with this rope tied around me.
Oh, it's Jar. Yeah, Narcissus is a fantastic design and it's a very straight ahead take on the character. He is beautiful in the same way you would expect him to be. He is obsessed with himself. And you would probably expect Narcissus in Hades to, be a rude jerk who doesn't really want to talk to you. And he is. And they figured out a way to make that mechanically make sense. That he's also, you get something from him when you have meetings with him. It's good. Hello, Clef. Hold on. I gotta ask, Clef. This, like, the Crimson Diamond that we're playing right now looks great on your monitor, or are you responding to me talking about Hades? Maybe a little twinkier than that. Aha. Excellent. It's interesting. The animations don't always look great in the game, but I don't think that's actually a flaw of the animation. I think they're like, I think the weakest part of the game, it's not that weak, but like the programming of the animation, and I assume that's an Adventure Game Studio issue, or maybe it's just a rookie designer or programmer issue, but I think many of the animations look pretty nice. And like, whenever it's still, it's gorgeous. All right, there's Evan. Let's go check on Jack. I should be able to get a top 5 character designs. And then I'll pay attention to the game we're supposed to be playing. Oh, wow. I just held it. I was like, oh, wait. Geez, you know what? I really should have followed up on that. Yeah, Tashtari asks a compelling question. Hestia, Narcissus. Oh, come on. Icarus. I don't know. Maybe not Icarus. I'll make a top 5 later. Sorry. Trying to come up with my top 5 character designs in Hades 2.
I hear voices near this doorway. I wonder what they're talking about.
Well, let's listen using your glass. So this, once we know, there's nothing super suspicious about it. The investigation he's being discreet with is the espionage investigation. I am curious about, because like Jack came back with the Ranger after going into town with the explicit idea that he was getting someone to look into Margot's death, right? So that part's a little odd to me. Nemesis is pretty great. Oh, they're all really good. I'll come up with favorites later. Wait. I'll just keep the save going, even though I'm not seeking Evan anymore. I'm going to see if I can go in the Smokos right now. Because if I am, I can deal with the rubbing rock salt on the plate thing right away. Perfect. You take a few larger crystals of salt and rub them across your streak plate. Salt produces a white streak.
Suppose that's to be expected. Though if I were looking for other minerals mixed in with the salt, doing it like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
And so, what would I do if I was looking even closer? Would have been nice if Nancy, just did a quick little monologue to herself right now. Oh well. We'll have time to deal with that. Wait, examine the smoked fish. They look incredibly appetizing to you. It's not a new design. I mean, it's a new picture, like new pictures of him, but he looks the same as because he's a returner from first Hades. But I will just say, I friggin' love the take they did on Poseidon, where like Poseidon is just like your himbo uncle. Brilliant combination of art and voice performance and writing.
Wow, almost everyone's in the dining room already. Hopefully after this meeting, I'll have a chance to tell the Ranger about my investigation into Margot's murder. Ah, Nancy, there you are. We are about to get started. Where's Mr. Richards? Don't you worry, miss. Mr. Richards needs time to be alone with his thoughts. He'll probably be here in a bit. And where's Nath? Never you mind, Nancy. Here's Ranger Murdoch. He was out on patrol by the train station, lucky for us. I told him about poor Margot. He said he wouldn't mind stopping by, filing a report. A report? Whatever for? Should have fit and died. Bury her and be done with it. Gives me the creeps having a dead body around.
I'm sure nothing's amiss, but how could I turn down Jack's hospitality? I'll take a look, file a report of the death, and save old Doc Travers a trip up here.
What about the bridge explosion? Do you have any news about that?
Bridge explosion? News doesn't travel very far in these parts. I'm out in the bush most of the time.
Of course. I was so distracted by Margot's death, I completely forgot to mention the bridge to Ranger Murdoch. Anyway, I sent a telegraph to the closest town, and I'm sure the appropriate authorities are handling it.
I'm sure. Bears and raccoons are more my jurisdiction. Not much happens out this way. Tomorrow morning, I'll take a look at Miss Margot and be on my way.
Sounds good. My, it's late. You must be bushed. I'll get you set up in the spare room upstairs.
Are we done here? I'm dreadfully tired. I am tired as well. Nessa and Corvus leave the table after exchanging what seems to be a series of impatient looks. Kimi follows soon after, seemingly unwilling to appear rude by leaving first. By the time Jack shows the Ranger to the spare room, he realizes a lot of time has passed. Mr. Richards still hasn't turned up.
I should check up on Mr. Richards.
Note, the text parser shortcut to refer to Ranger Murdoch is RR. Well, you tell me that now, Julia, that I'm doing an excellent job. This is like, it's why you shouldn't let your kids beat you at things. Yeah, I'm not going to be using a text parser shortcut. For one thing, it's not intuitive. I'm not going to remember RR means Ranger Murdoch. I would expect that to be RM. But also, I'll just type it out if I have to. I mean, like, his name could be Ranger Rick Murdoch.
I don't like the look of this.
Okay. If I wanted a text parser shortcut, I'd play a point and click adventure game. Thank you very much. Okay. Examine the jetty. Splashes of liquid, but they're not water from the river. Lots of broken glass. Scuffs and a wet shoe print. Examine the scuffs. Ding, ding. All right.
Not sure exactly whose shoes made these scuff marks. I'll need to look into that.
You sure will. Mr. Rogers could have, but we'll need to know about his shoes.
Ooh, better be careful.
Yeah, you should. Examine the shoe prints. Boom. So we went to a drag show on Friday. It was exciting because just right now, most of the drag shows in this city are brunch, which is great. But it's nice to go out at night. It's interesting. When the technology first emerged, Clef, kind of my big thought was like, they're trying to cram this into all sorts of things that it doesn't really seem suited for. But it's so good at the narrow thing of interpreting that it feels like, yeah, it felt like what we should be doing is bringing back the Ultima text parser style of RPG conversations. Further down the line, I'm a little bit more skeptical. Pardon me. The technology would work great for doing that for the dialogue, like for writing it, or for having it be emergent, because it would be very difficult to constrain it to like give you real clues and not totally unintended red herrings and or even outright opposites of
Yeah, but exactly, Clef. What I was going to say is that I do think to me, the most impressive part of the whole LLM chatbot thing is the ability to interpret the prompts more than what it puts out. And yeah, so you'd still need writers, but it feels like, yeah, there should be something in there. Examine the glass. Glass has been knocked over. What a waste of good Canadian whiskey. Whoops. Dust the glass. So I guess, hopefully it won't. I'm going to wrap up fairly soon today, but I think we'll have a pretty contained one more session next week. So then we can start the anti-hero round of Quest for Glory a fortnight hence. Two fingerprints. So yeah, the drag show on Friday was good. I had only seen one of the queens performing before, which was wild. And they were all very good. Well, there's a newbie who was a bit rough, but I can believe that. I'm not the most plugged in, I don't think. I just lifted the prince, right? Sure did. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Like, I don't mean to imply too much of a belief in it. But the fact that, that it can do anything, even when it gets stuff wrong, it's sometimes impressive to me. Even as, in practical application, the technology just seems like it's just messing stuff up so far in the way most people want to use it. There's some things I just don't understand. Like, multiple people have told me, I use it because it just helps me get started on emails. And I'm like, I just can't imagine a process. And and granted, part of this might be, part of this might be that I have a job where I have to write a lot of emails, and they're often substantive because I have very large classes. So very often my students are asking me serious questions about their work. And I'm trying to give them real answers that'll not just help their problem, but teach them the things they need to know. Yeah, someone was dragged. Bit of a struggle. I know the liquid is just a liquid, but I guess we should be thorough. I'm far from using them daily because I mostly use them I check in when a new model comes out because I have a subscription through my institution just to see what it's capable of, so I can decide maybe someday it'll just turn out that it's now pointless to be giving writing assignments or that the writing assignments need to be entirely conceived as how to defeat the ChatGPT so it can't just do the work for them. It's not there yet. The only thing that LLMs seem to be, as far as the kind of work that I'm assigning my courses, upper year essays. And that's not because they make good essays. It's because it's always been a serious problem when I have a large class writing essays to get a marking team where every member of that marking team is good at evaluating essays. And the problem when people are uncertain about how to evaluate essays, anecdotally, I've heard a lot of that too. Like a guy whose blog I read announced like posting's probably going to be pretty intermittent for the next couple months because we have to go into like crunch for like several weeks of crunch because our project manager overestimated how accurate vibe coding would be. So now we need to, be doing 10, 12-hour days every day to clean it up. Puddles of whiskey, person was staggering. I was able to I updated an assignment that I do, a basic assignment to get students to do a simple writing thing pretty early in the term, where the fictional conceit of the assignment has always been you're an engineering student with a student job and your supervisor inappropriately is like, hey, your project this week is to do my continuing professional development reporting for me so I can keep my license. So the idea of the policy is, the assignment is read this fake email that it's a deliberately bad email, but like I made sure that it's not so bad you can't literally get the information out of it. Interpret the email, understand what activities he did, understand what he's asking well enough that you can find the current policy, and then interpret the policy, and then write a memo that reports your findings efficiently. I updated it this term so that the fictional context includes the supervisor being like, don't worry, I'm not making you do this all yourself. I had ChatGPT do a first draft. So just make sure it's okay. And it is a legitimate, like I literally took his fake email, like his description of his fake activities, and just gave it to ChatGPT and said, please fill this out according to this governing body's professional development continuing professional development reporting guidelines. And then I just gave them the output. And the kicker is basically that they updated the Atlantic engineering regulators harmonized their CPD, continuing professional development reporting rules this year. So they're completely different. And so what ChatGPT did was mostly use the outdated rules, but make a few references to the current rules. And along the way, just make some misinterpretations of what it should have interpreted out of its thing. And so it's one of those, like, it's amazing that this gimmick machine could do what it did. But the thing that it did, I'm honestly, it's such a simple assignment, but it's one I'm really proud of because it really does grab a bunch of different skills all at once, but it's not demanding such a high level of them that I can't give it early in the assignment. And one of the hardest things for our accreditation, not because it's hard to do it, but just because where to do it in the program, are the ones where we need to make sure that they understand like policies and regulations about the profession and understand the importance of lifelong learning is something we're supposed to measure. Well, we can measure their understanding of the importance of lifelong learning by literally showing that they understand the rules that will later be used to report that they do lifelong learning. So it's a pretty cool assignment. Their 3 tasks are to give him an actual breakdown of what he can report based on the policy, tell him what they think he should do because he wants to just keep using ChatGPT. Do they think it'll work and why? And 3, ask for any follow-up information. Because in his activities, I made one of his activities deliberately so vague that you can't assign it to a category. So they have to recognize that, ask that question. It's fun. I like it. I have about as much fun, I think, as a human being could possibly have teaching technical writing to first-year engineering students. There have been times, I remember former associate dean, when the time came to post my position as a career stream position so that I could maybe have some job security, he was like, this has to be nationally advertised though. It's like, this has to be an open competition. We can't just give it to you. And what I said to him was like, I'm not afraid of that. I do not like, I think that there is nobody better. Nobody would be better at this job than me. And he was like, wow, that's kind of arrogant. Don't you think? In a, like a friendly way. He wasn't like criticizing. He was like, oh, wow, confidence, but that's like almost arrogance. And what I said was like, no. I'm sure there are people who are like more qualified, even more capable than me. But I don't think any of those people are even going to apply for this job. I don't think they want to teach technical and communication to first-year engineers. Now, let's go a step further with the hair here. Examine the tree. Hey, there's long brown and gray hairs caught in the tree branches. Examine the hair closer. Follicles intact. They were caught and pulled out with some force. Long brown and gray hair? Only Nessa has hair like that. Now let's take the hair. The missing link. These might be useful bits of evidence. Okay. Hello? Signs of a struggle continue in the area around the smokehouse. Scuff marks and shoe prints continue along the path and into the smokehouse. The door of the smokehouse is shut tight, but you can hear some indistinct noises inside. But yeah, this was a really good show. Drag show that we went to on Friday. Although it was very odd the way they structured it, because they did do 2 acts with an intermission, but the first act was way longer. And to their credit, because one thing I found about local performance shows in many different arts, bands, not local theater. Local theater, pretty good. But bands, musicians in general, slam, poetry nights, belly dancing, burlesque, drag. Thing that I have found is that often the pacing is pretty rough. But no, both are the drag run shows we go to regularly, and this show just boom, 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 boom. They kept it moving. It was a little wearying getting to that first intermission, because it was like, are they just gonna go? Are we just doing this? Just straight performances end to end for like 2.5 hours? No, fortunately not. And there was one newbie performing, and I want to be very careful how I say this. Not that I think it's pretty unlikely she's going to watch or ever hear me say these words. But at the start, she came out, she was doing like a kind of new metal-y grunge song. I don't know. I didn't recognize it. And sorry for any grunge fans the best I could do was to describe the vibe of this song was new metal-y grunge. It was new metal-y. And she was all like she was painted, like she painted her face like fully white and had like black lips and like a dark wig that was mostly covering her eyes and stuff. And she came out and she was kind of like stumbling a lot and like moving really stiffly. And I thought at first that to compliment the metal song, she was doing a thing of like, she's like a malfunctioning automaton, which was not what she was doing. As time went by, it started to become clear. She's not committing enough to this for this to be deliberately, she's an automaton. And then she fell at one point. And it became clear, oh, she's new. I had missed the point at that point where they said she was new. So Danielle and our friend Paige clarified that for me later. And, but like roughly partway through, I was like, okay, she's definitely not doing this on purpose. And so like, it wasn't great, but like she did her best. She got back up when she fell. Good for her. And she, I wanted to try to find her and talk to her after the show to be like, later on, when you're more comfortable in heels, you could probably do something with this malfunctioning automaton idea. But you got to be, in the end, I couldn't think of a way to do that would definitely not hurt her feelings. Get that button. But other than that, it was a great show. And I'm excited because this time around I'm going to do the student show, not, having just put an outfit together and walked in high heels for the first time the night before. And then I'm going to carry that momentum through to start my actual local drag career. And while I don't know that I'd be a great fit at these particular shows, just because the drag host that puts them on, they're called the Hosts of Towers. Their gimmick is that they're all very tall. What I did feel was like, yeah, like I will fit in here. Like I'll be good at this, which I already knew, but like in a more, the tiny shiny specks are only visible in the moonlight. They're impossible to examine closely. Can we take them? The minuscule specks are no longer larger than grains of sand. You can only see them because of the light hitting them. You can't pick them up. Can I just look at the specks to learn more? They're there. They're sparkling. It's just another clue about diamonds. We know that Nathan's in here. And I got through the whole show without accidentally misleading any of the performers into thinking I was gay. So that was an improvement over the last drag show I went to in terms of my own performance as an audience member. Geez. Yeah. It was the most confident I ever felt at a drag show when they went, any straight people, with raising my hand, because two things. One, it was almost like 50-50 crowd of queer people and straight people. Straight as I may or may not, as straight as I am and as not queer as I am with the girl thing and all that. And then also, yeah, a couple times I've been at drag brunch when they asked that, and I still have press on nails from doing the drag Frosthaven the night before. I'm like, if I put my hand up, like I'm gonna get red here. Like I'm not credibly selling myself. And certainly at the specific performance where I was identified as the local gay, when they then asked, are there any straight people? I was like, I'm just gonna, like, I didn't want to, like, I'm gonna, look, I raised my hand, but just like, please don't notice and talk to me about it. What a world. Oh well. It's going to be a good icebreaker to have a conversation with specifically that one queen, Miss Maya Fox. But I don't want to seed the one icebreaker with every queen I'm eventually going to have a conversation with someday. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Feet. We know they're Kimi's. We conclude her shoe size. She's not involved. We love when Kimi's not involved. Everybody's happy. Okay. Next, we need to become the master of everyone's feet. The hard one for me, stupidly, last time was Albert. Even though the secret with Albert is just that he has multiple pairs of shoes there in his drawer. You just have to look at them. Boom. This time around, I already had the information I needed. Will it work that way with the almonds? It could. At first, I was unsure because Nancy didn't note, like, Evan has an almond allergy, but she also didn't note Corvus likes the bench. So that's a good sign. That makes a lot of sense to me. Examine these boots, like the ones I'm standing by. Oh, this was a very nice thing. The mother of the House of Towers, Jocelyn Towers, during the intermission, when I was coming back in, she was also coming back in from outside. And she stopped me to say, "Thanks so much for coming. It's so nice to see your smiling face in the crowd." Because indeed, I'm generally, I think, a pretty jolly person. At least I try to be most of the time. But I really do just grin like an idiot the entire time I'm at a drag show. I really enjoy drag. Yeah, so that was sweet of her. And she was great too. So that helped. How about that right hand, Cubby? Evans, size 12. Rubber soles. Left, Jack, size 12. Leather soles. But if they're both size 12, how do we know they don't just sometimes wear each other's shoes? And boom. So, things I need to think about a boot for next time are, I'm not stopping right now, but I'm just trying to keep a running list in my mind. Okay, we've got Kimi, Corvus, and Margot, because those are her lady boots. And Evan and Jack. But I guess for whatever reason, they're not getting their own check mark. But other things I need to keep in mind, the obvious, need a way to distract Corvus. And I wonder if that involves knowing more about him by having gotten into his satchel before this all goes down. Also, what words could I have used here to explain to Ranger Murdoch at the end that I found this ransacked desk? I don't know. But I'll want to think of that. I've got to figure out a strategy for the rock salt, which here's the thing. Practical solutions have been the answer to most puzzles in this game. I wonder if we just need to pour water in the rock. Like, it would take a lot more water than like one pitcher to pour in the rock salt and dissolve it so we could find the secret diamonds. But or alternately, what if it's literally just dissolve the salt that I have?
Okay. Examine the desk. Look in drawers. Drawers hold nothing of interest. Okay, examine the papers. Someone has stepped on the documents scattered over the lush carpet. It's created very clear imprints of their shoes.
I already know Kimmy's shoe size, so this shoe print must belong to Nessa. These shoe prints definitely came from a woman's shoes, judging from the heel, and none of the men have feet nearly this small. I'd say these shoe prints are a size 8.
And so, boom, we've connected Nessa to the smokehouse. We've got these oily spots on the papers. You're a mineralogist, not a forensic accountant, so I wasn't supposed to show him this paper at the end. There's nothing in the waste paper basket because these people are slobs. Left cupboard is empty. Right cupboard is empty. They were thorough. I know it's empty. Yeah. An exotic curvaceous pattern. And then there's the discarded papers, none of which we're going to take, but at least we got that shoe print. Cruising through the footscapades this time. All right, wrapping up quite soon after I have seen what I can do. Pour water on salt? Where would you like to pour the water? I'm not holding a pitcher, am I? Got a mug and a glass. Put salt in glass?
I could use this drinking glass to dissolve the rock salt. I'll need to fill this drinking glass with water if I want to dissolve this salt.
We're getting mileage out of this glass. You wait a little bit and
The rock salt should be dissolved by now.
look in that glass. Fortunately, this doesn't accomplish anything. Examine glass. You admire the brilliant shine of the squeaky clean drinking glass. Drinking glass is filled with water. Salt water. So, it said well done, but why? The salt is gone, of course. Empty the glass? Please be more specific. Pour water from glass? Fill the drinking glass. You wait a little bit. Okay. Where could I pour the water into? I don't have a sieve. I'm in a kitchen, though. Not open. Look in. Cupboards. The action that concatenates open and look in. You open the cupboard. Drinking glass is in the top. You open the cupboard. Bottom glass is pots and pans. Take a pot. Pots and pans, too large and bulky to carry around. Fine. Wait, you know what? Would tell us a lot right now. Not a lot, but maybe more than literally nothing.
Take a colander. You can't use colander. Take a strainer. Can't use strainer. You open the cupboard. Damn it, I did open. Top cupboard has plates. Bottom has the sink train. Hold on. Empty glass in sink.
Some of the rock salt doesn't seem to have melted. Strange.
Why couldn't you notice that when we examined the thing? You remove the undissolved rocks and put them in your pocket. At any rate, we're doing what we want. Okay. And I don't need anything from these cupboards. And then crystals. Okay. Rub crystals on plate. You don't have that right now. Is it still just called salt? Rock salt sample doesn't make a streak on the plate.
This definitely isn't rock salt. This colorless mineral could be diamond, or white garnet, or quartz. The unglazed ceramic plate has a Mohs hardness of about 6 or 7. So the sample I obtained from the bag of rock salt could be any colorless mineral harder than that. Still, this is a good bit of field work.
Okay. That's a start. That's progress. Oh no. And over here. He had chilled out on it a bit the last time I was up there. For a long time, my uncle was all the doors should be closed at all times. Made it tough when the family was there at his place to, like, feel confident about going to the washroom. Okay. Yeah, there's the satchel. Satchel looks like the type used to carry important documents. Look closer. It's locked. Why would this work? All right. Can't unlock it. You don't have the key. Okay. Get the key from Corvus. Right. Peer into the shiny, well-maintained shoes. Thanks to Loop, you can read the size printed on their insides, even though it's a bit faded.
See, these shoes are size 14. Seeing as they are set down by Corvus's bed, I think it's safe to assume they're his shoes.
So you don't need to do the... Look in the shoes. Does he hide his key in his shoes like an idiot? Maybe. Fine, we'll toss the place. After saving. Is she going to do all 6? Yep. For some reason, she wanted to do them clockwise. After searching through all the drawers, you find moth-eaten socks, loose buttons, single shoelaces, other assorted bric-a-brac. Nothing too interesting in there. No, not the door. Damn it. Nancy, stop. It's fine. Really, we probably should have closed the door before we started ransacking the place. Let her cook. She's covering her tracks. We gotta get in that satchel. Maybe find even further confirmation of the potential diamondness of the rock salt. Look at the suitcase. Yeah. I bet it's locked. Unlock it. Like, why would Margot have had their key? It's probably the green trunk. I should test that. Or something in Margot's quarters. Did he throw his key out by mistake? I think probably not. Nope. There's nothing in it. Why do you got to bend over to figure that out, Nancy? Look at the desk. Blotter, lamp, cup of pencils. Examine the desk. There's nothing interesting in or around the desk. Okay. It's a key we want to acquire. It's not obvious how we're going to do it. Boom. Guest bedroom 3. It's not where I want to go just yet.
Faint noises coming from the closet. Sounds like someone's in there.
Give it a listen. Though muffled by the closed door. Is it a catch-22 here? Yeah. It's an open door when I try to listen. You can hear someone or something in the closet. Moving back and forth. Clatter of metal.
Who could be in there? What are they doing?
Well, it's only one way to find out. Well, actually, I guess there's two in this case. We could remember the previous time we played the game. Or we can open the door. Or we can do both. It's Ranger Murdoch. He's rummaging. Because he knows that Albert Respa is keeping his stuff in there. Because Jack told him that. Terrible bluff, Ranger. I thought this large blue trunk was your chamber pot. You try inserting the silver key into the green trunk's padlock, but it doesn't fit. So you realize there's a keyhole, but that you lack the key. I assume this one also? Yeah. Okay. So Margot's key must be to probably something in Margot's quarters, which are currently partially occupied, as we know. Gotta wrap up soon, but I want to look at this. Last thing of the day. Just see if I can find something to unlock. Silver key. Look at the bookshelf. Is there a diary? Oh, there's a freaking blue trunk right there. Lots of books. Most of them are in French. What we're being told here is that Evan's not a big reader. Look in the drawer. Open the nightstand. It's empty. Close it. Damn it. Really kind of suspicious that these two wouldn't have You don't possess the appropriate key for the trunk.
What about the wardrobe? I opened it instead of looking in it. Few garment bags, folded up pairs of overalls. Can I search? I don't think so. Nope. Close it. Is there something locked in the primary or the main bedroom bathroom? I don't think so. Doesn't even look like the kind of mirror that is a medicine cabinet. Oval mirror is set in a wooden frame. Hold on. Can we do something horrifically inappropriate here? No. You can't be a weird person who just casually takes a shower in the host's bathroom. So I guess she's dead. What does she care? They're right there in the closet, as we know, but let's just vanity drawers are locked. By chance, will we find the brooch? Most of the drawers are full of various cosmetics meant for various parts of the face and don't interest you. But one drawer holds something worthy of closer inspection. You see a slim wooden box with a hinged lid and a smooth leather handle. Type exit or click the exit button to stop your examination. Open the box. Bursting with curiosity, you open the slim wooden kit. The kit contains a host of mysterious objects. Of particular interest are a pamphlet, a glass bottle, a metal box, and a small ampoule. Okay. The pamphlet is printed in tiny words on fine paper. Well, then read it with a loop. Smooth onion-skin cover of the pamphlet seems to have a spot of oil on it. Okay, can I just read the pamphlet, please? Cover of the pamphlet reads, Ehrlich's Magic Bullet, kit prepared by W. Martindale, chemist. Okay, what about the rest of the pamphlet? Can I take the pamphlet? Well, you don't intend on taking any of Margot's belongings. It couldn't hurt to take a look inside the pamphlet. Can I read it now? The interior of the pamphlet has detailed instructions on how to administer the very mysterious contents of the kit. The instructions are complicated, involving sterilizing water, dissolving the yellow crystals in caustic soda, methyl alcohol. The instructions go on to say an assistant is required to help administer the injection correctly. This acidic solution ought to be injected deeply and slowly into each buttock. Ouch! I don't think I want to read anymore. There's an extremely small paragraph at the bottom, which you can't quite make out. Examine it with the loop. With the aid of your loop, you're able to discern the following. Warning! Ehrlich's Magic Bullet contains arsenic. Administration in excess may lead to nausea, seizures, and death. Do not exceed appropriate dosage. Arsenic? Oh dear. So, okay. So Nessa's not an incompetent poisoner. The reason her poison slowly didn't work was because Margot was also at the same time unintentionally poisoning herself. pamphlet back. Close the pamphlet? Yes. Okay, hold on. Remind me what the other pieces are? Okay. What's this glass bottle? See some oily marks on the surface of the glass bottle. Examine the marks. Nope. Examine the ampoule. Small ampoule is a single-use glass vessel that prevents air from spoiling its contents. The ampoule has a paper label pasted to it. Read it. The paper label reads, Salvarsan, 6 grams, single use, manufactured by W. Martindale. There's even smaller print near the bottom of the label that you can't quite make out. With the aid of your lucky loop, you can read the minuscule print. This compound contains arsenic. Administration in excess may lead to nausea, seizures, and death. Do not exceed appropriate dosage.
Oh, Margot, I have a bad feeling about this.
What are the other things here? Bottle, metal box. The shiny metal lid may have some oily smudges on it. You've never been good at opening these types of little metal boxes. After chipping a nail, you decide to leave it alone. This belonged to Margot. It would be wrong to take it. Okay. Wait. Ice pick. Nope. Okay. Dust box. Apply some powder to the metal box. I bet there are, Nancy. Tear out 2 pieces of tape, press each onto the patterned fingerprints. Examine them. You revealed them.
One looks like Margot's, the other Jack's.
Okay, so they were injecting something called Magic Bullet into Margot's buttocks? Margot and Jack. Yeah, the ampoule is a single use. So of course it does make sense. No one's touched it yet. Should I? Oh, the oily smudges on the papers. Down. Obviously got to go look at those before I stop. You know, it's like doing one more Hades run before you go to bed. Of course you have to. Examine kit bottle fingerprint. Examined it. I tried the ampoule. I want to ask Jack about this whole thing. And yeah. Cool. Close the kit. Dust the drawer itself. Try opening the kit first. Maybe I will. Not. We'll be back for them.
But first, for my true and authentic last act of the day, probably. Where else have I seen the oily marks and stupidly not dusted them? Like a stupid idiot. Though you're reluctant to soil the papers with soot, you decide the situation merits it. For carefully applying a bit of soot, you find
Found a couple of distinct fingerprints.
lift them. And examine prints. You haven't discovered any new fingerprints. Is that because my notebook already knows that it's the people it obviously is? No. Yep. One of them is Mr. Richards, as it should be, but the other is Nessa's, which it shouldn't. Were there oily smudges at the jetty? I don't think so. But wouldn't you know? Turns out there is one last thing we got to do. For now. Oh, we have defined that brooch because that is a ruby brooch, right? So that'll have a higher Mohs hardness. Is that what's going on? Plenty to think about. Okay. I don't think there was anything here. Boom, spilled liquid. Yeah, because she was like, she's dropping just enough breadcrumbs, I think, to conclude that that's the answer. Especially since, like, one of the things I missed doing was finding out about where the stolen goods were. Okay. So the responsible thing to do is to stop now. I should do it. But okay. Awesome. This was a good first ending to our playthrough of the Crimson Diamond. And we're on track to a better second ending. So I'm looking forward to that next week. Next week, I am bound and determined that if nothing else, I will add the things that I've added today to my outcome. And I am going to figure out how to save Evan. Or at least to have a different scene there. Maybe it's all, Evan dies, but in one you, I don't know. They get caught or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We will. But this is good. And I appreciate it more, like getting to the ending actually revealed to me. Thanks, British. The getting to the end revealed to me this game was more akin to the Colonel's Bequest than I thought. It's still not trying to do the story just happens. Like there are events that just happen and you can miss them. But I don't think it's possible I can't imagine a way that you get to the final chapter here with Nancy not knowing that there's murders, for example. So it's more of an on rails narrative in that sense. Well, Colonel's Bequest is on rails. You're just not on the rails. But there's obviously a lot more capacity to know and not know what's going on. And ultimately, your success in the game comes down not to whether you save the day in the end, just like Colonel's Bequest. We got an ending when all that Laura did was watch Rudy kill the old man, the Colonel. But how good you did determines both how good your ending is and how good of a person the game, or at least how smart of a person the game tells you are at the end. Sweet. All right. Wrapping up for today, but where are we going from here? Well, I believe. Let me just knock on some wood as I say this. I believe everything's going to be fine this week. And so, on Wednesday, fuck me. Here's one thing. I got to figure out a title screen for Greg and James and Ghosts and Goblins, and I have to make it by Wednesday. Well, I've got a lot to do tomorrow, work-wise, but no class to teach tomorrow. And then I have a class to teach on Tuesday, but it's in the evening. So I think here's the trick. If on Monday I can conceive the idea at least and get my lecture all prepped for Tuesday, then Tuesday I should absolutely have some time in the morning to make those stream frames. It doesn't have to be much. We just can't use the Greg and James beat 'em up title screen. I'm almost certainly not going to have time to compose a Greg and James and Ghosts and Goblins song. Or maybe I'm going to go for it. Probably not. But I think we're doing Greg and James and Ghosts and Goblins for the next several days, several Wednesdays. With the goal being to see if I can coach Greg to get good at any of the Ghosts and Goblins games, and then also just take a tour of one of my favorite series of video games. We're not going to beat them all. We're certainly might not beat any of them. Certainly probably not going to get any of the true endings where you have to beat the game and then beat it again. But we're going to play them. They're wonderful games. They often get unfairly, in my mind, criticized for being cheap difficult. I've seen many a condescending lecture delivered on the internet where someone explains, this is actually just bad design. It's just hard to it's just a leftover of when they wanted to take your quarters. I disagree. I'll be making that argument as we watch Greg struggle with these games, which are very, very hard. But they're also aesthetically delightful. I think they're brilliantly designed games. Some of my favorite games, the Ghosts and Goblins games. We're going to play them. Come Friday night, Frosthaven. That fell apart this week due to the mix of the stuff Greg had going on, which again, resolved okay for all parties. So we're happy. Yeah. That's another thing. As I learned when I played the King's Quest games, it's sure, there are some fucked up puzzles in here. And the most fucked up one, the Rumpelstiltskin from the start. I already had read a story about what a fucked up puzzle that was, so I just knew the solution. There was never anything that cruel. But then again, also I knew how to avoid most of the unwinnable states in King's Quest V. But certainly it felt to me both Space Quest and King's Quest, a little unfair to just say that these are just, cheap garbage, nonsense, moon logic puzzles, which is often a criticism that you hear them. But yeah, I love those Ghosts and Goblins. For something not difficult, our second attempt at the Sunless Trench scenario in Frosthaven started off great. Not this past week, but the week before. And I'd be shocked if we found a way to screw it up. We didn't get to do it this week because first I moved Frosthaven to Thursday. Greg was actually, it's not Greg's fault at all. Greg was going to be okay for the Thursday because his emergency situation was occupying his days, but not his nights. Although, why did that affect Greg and James beat him up? I don't know. I can't remember. But I moved it to Thursday. Then I remember that I made dinner plans with my parents on Thursday. So just wound up there. So we're going to get back to it. We're going to win. So that's going to be great. And then that sets us up for possibly Jamie's next run on Frosthaven, but possibly not because it's hard to do Jamie on Frosthaven right now when I teach on Fridays till 5:30. Just a terrible teaching schedule. So, but if we don't get that, what we will get is our friend Sid joining us as the new player 2, which is great. Next Saturday, I'm bound and determined to play Suikoden 2 and to get a weekly streak going because 3 hours every 2 weeks is too slow of a pace for that game. So, yeah, keep on doing that, enjoying that game. And then, before you know it, it'll be Sunday. And we're going to dig in. We're going to get the highest score we can get for Nancy. We're going to save Evan. And we're going to bid this game a very fond farewell as we turn our eyes back to Quest for Glory. Awesome. I'm glad. I hope you all had fun. Every now and then I should do the broader plugs. We have a Discord primarily used for me to say, I got to cancel this. I got to move this. I'm not moving this. Don't be fooled. It's not canceled. I'm just running a bit late. Those kinds of things. But also we chat now and then. So come and join us from the About link. If you're not a follower, why haven't you followed? What's wrong with you? Click follow. You can also subscribe, but I'm not promoting that. I appreciate it if you do. But not offering much. So, if you want to, go for it. You don't need to. And I have an increasingly out-of-date YouTube page that doesn't have all of my backlog anymore because I fell off that in March and I've been struggling. But maybe I'll catch up soon. And certainly there's all the backlog before that. Cool. Awesome. That's it. That's all. That's all there is. If you stuck around to the end, thanks for sticking around to the end. If you came and you left, you can't hear my voice. But I'm glad you stopped by anyway. So thanks for stopping by. And until the next time, when we're going to do all those things I just said we're going to do, take care of yourselves and be kind to everyone you meet.